So you should be.
What?
Oops, actually, sorry, I uploaded a different microphone. Sorry.
Sign any of those. And then each one of
Okay, Michael, you should be promoted. Now that you're promoted, we can co-host.
text me. There's a.
So now you're co-host as well.
There's a.
And it says our speaker is not working.
I've been better. But I feel right.
And I just started speaking, so I think.
That's
Everybody should sign in and sign the paperwork. If you're not an applicant and you want to speak.
Okay, so we're agenda item number.
You want this, yes.
Number
You need one of these.
It's getting momentarily.
Yes. So,
Does anybody else need a speaker?
yeah. Very good.
I was just gonna text them. Yeah.
Steven and Andy are. But I said he was, he actually.
Excuse me, when you're signed in, it's okay to see.
See you now, so I assume that meant he was gonna be.
You're going to take a seat. Is this yours?
Yeah, we do now. For which?
Someone
Noise of yes.
Number nine.
Thank you. Very.
I didn't think something, wait, none or too much, but it's around, yes. Okay, Guillermo will be here in a minute. Luckily, so we have one more drop down. And the first couple of
Don't do it, Laura. She heard that.
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
I just know that.
Two. You're three. You're the applicant.
I don't want
Did you just sign in? Perfect. Michael did a stick for me.
Laura's not.
was gonna do them at the end of the afternoon, like, I got to do stuff came up, and I was like, I know, that's it. So I'm like, we'll just wait until the office really good. The thing is, when you correct this, you go. So. A little bit of this. It was a bar for many years. Oh, thank you, everyone. So you don't have to put that here. Oh, okay. So this is just the sign. I gotta do both. Yeah. Yes. So this is just a sign for attendance and that.
Okay. People didn't get to the end of December.
Yeah. I know.
We manage those, recording columns, recording just whatever.
I mean, your shop.
Everyone, we're started in just a few minutes. We're running just a tiny bit late. We're getting everyone settled and we'll be starting shortly. I think okay. Stephen and Sandy are not going to be here, so this is it. So we'll get.
So we're fourth. Oh, boy.
Nice even number.
Nice even number. How you doing?
Really?
We do have
Yes.
four. We just have an even number.
So what do you think about
The freedom for Ukraine, when's that?
If we disagree.
Is the most here for that?
I don't know, the applicant.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, you
You're
want
the
to
vice president.
maybe text them when you come back, the applicants?
Oh. I mean, we could.
Because there's no place to sit, I don't like to go out front, I'm happy to do it.
That's fine. That's fine. Yes.
Yeah, Can you do that, Six?
What?
Can you start with graduation marks or something?
Actually, Susan.
Because I know everyone's here for that.
I think there's no. Susan, she was gonna have the. Maybe we should just start with that.
I do. Not close enough today. I know other people over there.
And.
I'm in the lucky strip where it's
Do we have any seats for that?
quiet part. There's some chairs here, Susan.
No.
Just the current year.
There should be a folder. Really? I think we only have 6. The one you're missing.
We're missing.
I thought I did. Or no.
Excuse me, is anybody sitting here?
Let me do.
Yeah. What?
Is there a Christine Malcolm here?
Yes.
What's the, which application are you,
Excuse me,
She's
could you,
not,
could you sit down here so they can talk?
thank you.
Okay, you can go sit in front of me. And we should get
Okay,
the
so-
microphones for them.
Yes. We're going to go ahead and get started with our meeting this evening. This is the Community Board 3 SLA Committee. First, we're going to go ahead and start with a roll call attendance for our members. It would be Stephen Ballinger is absent. Sandy Lay is absent. Guillermo Zabiglia, present. Megan Joy.
Yes.
Clint Smeltzer, present. And Michael Lavario.
Yes.
Okay. So there are a few items that were withdrawn from our agenda. Item number 4, which is Rui, 15 to 17 Doyer Street, was withdrawn. Item number 6, Duff's Famous Wings at 88 Clinton Street was withdrawn. Number 7, 103 2nd Street was withdrawn. And yes, those are the only items that were withdrawn. So they are not going to be heard tonight. They may be back.
14 as well or not?
14?
I just on here that it's withdrawn.
Oh, but that's not
Oh,
a committee.
okay.
So, yeah. So it doesn't mean those items won't be coming back at a future date, but they will not be heard tonight. So watch the calendar if you're interested in one of those. We have 6 items on the agenda. We do have a lot of people here in person. So we are going to start with number 9, which is Freedom for Ukraine LLC at 136 2nd Avenue. And yes, before we get started, Susan, our district manager, had a couple announcements to make.
Okay, so, announcements, some of these are for representatives, some of them are for residents. So for representatives, this is about the dining out applications. The city refuses to give us names and contact for representatives. So when we send the information to the contact we have at the restaurants, it's generally the reservation or info, nobody checks it. And we don't want anyone to lose their turn. So I'm asked, well, first of all, for any restaurants, if you're going to be, if your application's going to be coming to the board, please watch whatever email you gave. If you're a representative, please let us know which businesses are using you for dining out so that we can proceed very smoothly. Our board actually has the easiest procedure of any board. So just please help us in that way. I also want to talk about complaints. The city charter says that community board offices, particularly the district manager, is responsible for working with the community on what they call service delivery complaints. That means any city issue, and in this also the SLA, which is a state, if there are problems with non-compliance, any issues that you're dealing with that are not civil, we're not talking about people suing each other, but anything dealing with city law or city agencies, call the board. We can help you. That is our job. You also really need to call 311 because that documents it. The number of 311 calls, for instance, this community district is always in the top 2 of the whole city. That's 59 boards. We are the top 2 with the number of complaints about commercial noise. That's a very important fact. We use that in testimony. We use that in creating our policies. You have to call 311. The other thing is the police, you may not see the police, but they do respond and they have to file a resolution. Often the resolution is police took action. You may think it doesn't help because, you know, the next day you might have the same problem. But when we go to the SLA, we will say, hey, the police were there 15 times in the last year and found a problem. Because if they don't take action, it'll say saw no visible problem. So it is really important. The resources of the city, if I call the police and this has happened, and I'll say I got complaints from such and such resident, they say, well, I just look at 311, there's no problem. So I know it's a pain in the neck, it's easier since it's online. It helps us work with you. I'm gonna say, saying you don't want to call 311 because you don't want to divert the police is not something you should ever say. It is not your decision on how the police should do their job. I guarantee you, the police know how to prioritize. If there's a shooting, they're not going to respond to bar noise. So don't think about that. Also, when you're working with the board, I know whether it's a city or state issue. For instance, if it's an outdoor loudspeaker, I know that's a city violation. If they're violating the stipulations, I know that's a state violation. So we can really be effective together. We must document. If you come here and maybe talk about complaints for the first time and there's no 311, and the board, the committee may listen to you and say, I'm not gonna approve this because of all what we're hearing from the residents. I've seen this happen. It'll go up to the SLA will say no adverse history, because there hasn't been any documented. If it's not documented, it doesn't exist. So what I'm asking you to do is please complain effectively, not to each other, complain on 311, complain to us. If you are submitting for the committee, don't submit on Monday afternoon or after 5. We could be in meetings, we asked for, I think, by 12
o'clock on Friday.
By 12 o'clock. Don't submit after that and think that we're gonna read it, because we tried, but we may not have time.
Because all of us are volunteers and we mostly all have other jobs, so we don't have time, especially on Mondays, to view anything you send. So if you send it after 12 on Friday, there's a good chance that it won't be included.
And I may be in meetings, like today, I did a walkthrough at Tompkins Square Park, so I may not be here to see your complaints. Send them, we really want to see them, we really want to pay attention. You need to send in time for us to pay attention. And the only other thing is, if you will look at the agenda, it says we have seating for the first 15 people. We have over 30. I'm glad we were able to accommodate one. Please do not sit in front. I do not want people sitting up in front, because
That's the mailman.
Anyway, we want to accommodate. It's often easier for you online. The language we use is the language we got from the State Committee on Good Government, so that we could accommodate people in one way or another. And that's it. Thank you for giving me the time.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. We're gonna start with item number 9, which was, again, Freedom from Ukraine, 136 2nd Avenue. I know the applicant is here. Do you have actually, Max Bookman is your attorney? Is Max here online, or?
No.
You're here by yourself. Okay, just make sure we get him on there if he was. Okay, so also the one thing I was gonna ask you before we start, I realized this at the end of the day today, I didn't have time to email you. I don't see any petitions. Do you have any petition signatures?
I produced them last time.
Okay.
I didn't add to that number.
Okay, which is fine. I'll take a look at them from last time. Okay, it was November.
Right?
Or no, it was October. I think it was October when they did. Check. Or was it November? Sorry, it was November. They all blend together.
At this point.
They were in there. But anyways, while he's looking up the petitions, I'm going to do a quick summary. So Freedom Ukraine is seeking a full on-premises liquor license. They actually have an existing liquor license. They are seeking to change their corporation, as well as extend their hours, add live music and DJs. I think and karaoke as well, because karaoke was not approved in the last approval, which was November of 2020. Otherwise, they are an existing business. They have an establishment of 74 people with 15 tables, 36 seats, 3 bars on the ground floor, an L-shaped 26 bar with 18 seats, a rectangular bar, 13 feet with 7 seats, and then in the cellar level, a rectangular bar with 15 seats, serving Ukrainian, French, American food from a full kitchen during all its operation, 6 TVs. They're proposing or requesting live music, DJs, and a karaoke, both at background and entertainment level. There are 15 on-premises licenses within 500 feet. The location is currently licensed as Brasserie St. Mark. There were 631 complaints at this location with police action since 2018, actually, and I extrapolate that back. They were basically since, I think, 2020, 2021 when it was opened. We received, I think, 6 emails in opposition to this application. And they're proposing hours of 11 a.m. Saturday and Sunday, sorry, closing at 2 a.m. on Sunday. Sorry, I'm just going back, skipping over here. They're opening no later than 11, closing at 12 a.m. on Sunday, 11 closing at 2 a.m. Monday through Wednesday, opening at 11 and closing by 4 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. And yeah, so I'm gonna hand it over to the applicant to give us a summary of his application.
I think the application kind of speaks for itself. We're just looking to
I can't hear.
change the
Can you maybe speak up and like,
sorry, change the company.
so
and-
that's only going to the Zoom people. That's not going to
Okay,
people in the room.
so change the company as well as extend the hours on some days and reduce the hours on other days.
Okay. So at that rate, I know there's a bunch of people here in person, and then if you're here on Zoom to speak to this item, please go ahead and raise your Zoom hand. 9, 3. And we will be timing each speaker. You will get 2 minutes to speak. 2 minutes. 6. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start with the people on Zoom first.
Okay, so we're going to.
So Lee, we promoted you. Go ahead and unmute yourself and speak. You'll have 2 minutes. Okay, Lee, you need to unmute yourself, I think. You've been promoted. So Lee, we're gonna have to move on. If you don't unmute yourself and speak, you've been promoted as a panelist. Okay.
Doing the
Okay.
online first.
Yeah, that's Roseanne.
Okay, Roseanne's iPhone, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Hello,
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes to speak.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So I would like to speak on behalf of because I live on the building where the restaurant is located. And I have to say that of all the restaurants and bars that we had downstairs, they've been the most wholesome neighbors. They listen to when there is any kind of distraction or complaint, and they try to work with us about being quiet or having noise or closing the outdoor tables or whatever we ask them to do. So I just want to say that being from the neighborhood and living right upstairs, they've been good neighbors.
Okay. Thank you, Roseanne.
Can you ask the address?
She said she lives right upstairs from the business.
Make sure which agenda item she's speaking to.
Oh, Roseanne,
It's,
No, I want to ask her what she thinks, Michael.
I'm sorry?
I want to ask her what she thinks she's speaking to.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
we promote her.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
what item are you speaking for?
What business?
Yeah, for him.
Motel, she's my neighbor.
So, you're from,
That's what he was saying,
Yes. Sorry, no, thank you. Sorry. So you were speaking for 210 Avenue A, correct?
I'm wait, is that the address to 10 Avenue A? Because my building is 503 13. So it's the corner of Avenue A and 13th Street. I'm not sure if that is.
So that item is going to be called next. We'll get to that item next. So,
Oh, but
so-
I have to go. Can you just record as I already
that's
spoke?
fine. I will take note that, yes, thank you for that.
Maybe we should announce again really clearly
Yes.
what we're.
Okay, so again, this is for item number 9, Freedom from Ukraine, which is Brasserie St. Mark's at 136 Second Avenue. So we'll move back to the Zoom attendees. I think we have Riley next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, please.
I'll make it short. I'm part of 51 St. Mark's Place, which I know a couple of my fellow tenants are here. We've had some trouble with noise from this business for quite a while. And I think, the rest of the folks in the building would attest that it's been incredibly disruptive, and we would not like to make it any worse than it already is.
So ask them what they've done about the problem.
Have you complained? Have you filed any 311s or complained to the office about that?
Our building has, but I have not personally.
Okay. I mean, that's extremely helpful for if there are problems in resolving them in the future. So
Copy that.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next person we have.
Going back to Lee.
Okay. Lee, we're giving you another chance. You need to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Lee, but this is related to No-Tell Motel, not to what you're talking about right now.
Okay, so we're gonna get to you. We're gonna get to you later. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else on Zoom here for 136 Second Avenue? Okay, I see community member.
Good evening.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me? Great, thank you. I live nearby. I just want to flag that I'm personally not there, and I'm not expressing my name because of the person in speaking to. I am nervous that they are going to threaten or retaliate against me if they know who this is, but I vehemently am against any of the licenses being approved for this particular establishment. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item. Sorry, next attendee. Next attendee, next person. Is there anyone else? Okay, so I see no one else on Zoom. We're going to move to members of the public.
They re-raised their hand.
Okay. Margarita, we're going to promote you. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Margarita. Okay, Margarita, go ahead and speak, please. She did unmute herself. Oh, I heard you speaking. If you're there, if not, we're gonna have to move on.
Okay, can you hear us now or no?
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, yes, we're calling about the number 9 on the list. We live at 320 East 9th Street, which is not far from there. Look, we understand people they're in a business and they're trying to make money and do their thing, but we are very much against extending the hours because it's already very disruptive, especially in the summertime. And, anything after midnight is just kind of hard to deal with. That's all.
Okay.
We've made complaints 2311.
We have called 311.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so that seems to be everyone on Zoom. I think we're going to go ahead and then move to the public. I think Megan has the list and she's going to call the names.
Walter Zaritsky.
I would actually ask that the manager of the building speak first. Christine Balco, I think she's on the list. So
You can do that. Yeah, Christine, do you want to speak first?
Hi, I'm Christine Balco. I am the now building manager of the building. and also the representative of the owner of Organization for the Defense of World Freedoms for Ukraine. So I'm here this evening also, as you can see, with other tenants, to inform the board that the applicant has consistently violated the community board stipulations. We were talking about DJs. They had a DJ on the first floor at the window. There were security guards there roaming around in front of the building. There's an illegal pergola that is built out, which is basically probably what is causing most of the noise that the tenants are complaining about. Because he has a plastic tarp, and when the wind blows and you have significant wind, it makes a lot of noise. There's mostly the falseness on the application. The applicant is stating that he's doing a name change or a change in corporation. No, it's a sale of an asset. And as an owner of the building, I think that we should be made aware that there's a corporation sale. And we are not aware of any of that. The tenant is not being amicable as far as being forward in letting us know what exactly he's doing, what changes are being made, the principles are being changed. 1 month we see that Jerry Lebedovich is not being the principal because of illness and he's 65 years old. And then there's the mother of his children are coming up and stating that she will then be the principal, but we don't know these people. And we would appreciate that at least if mostly you're looking to disapprove this application for Freedom for Ukraine because it's a change, it's actually a sale of an asset. And there is no certificate of occupancy for the past 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Do Walter, do you want to do that?
Yes, ma'am. I represent the Ukrainian American Freedom Foundation, which is an NGO tenant on the 6th floor. I also run something called the Center for U.S. Freedom Relations out of the 6th floor. And I can say that I think everybody who's a tenant in on the residential side and the NGO, the nonprofit side, knows that I work till about 1 or 2 or 3 in the morning. And I can tell you that I therefore I come down in the building and the enormous noise that's made in the building. We're worried about the structure of the building with the amount of noise that's made. And so I find it hard to believe that anyone could sleep through anything. And so my attitude is, if nothing else, the noise factor, because I realize the responsibility of the board is to be able to recommend. In this case, you've heard it, but I'm going to add my voice to it. And that is that it's impossible to possibly live or work in that environment. I find it hard to work in that environment on 6 floors. I'll leave it. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Stephen
Gabor.
Gabor.
Good evening. I also oppose this application. It's funny to me that, first of all, he's using the words freedom for Ukraine, like he's some kind of non-profit, which he is not. He's a strictly for-profit business. Second of all, the changes that he's looking to make, I mean, we were here last month, he could have done this administratively. Okay, which gets me to question, why is he going for a brand new liquor license? Well, one of the reasons is probably because his own liquor license is in jeopardy. Okay, and the reason is because he doesn't abide by the rules. Okay, I mean, I read some of the things that he's agreed to now, and I can tell you for a fact, okay, I would not participate in pub crawls and stuff. He just had that big Christmas thing. Okay. With Santa.
Satcom.
Yes, in Santa, okay, I will not, serve unlimited drink specials. I mean, crap. I will not wait, on lines, I mean, he has a doorman out there that holds people out there. This is not a restaurant, okay, this is a speakeasy. If you go and you Google 136 Second Avenue speakeasy, you will find it. Okay, so to put this application in and to assume to get a liquor license under a restaurant, to me, I mean, all he's doing is blow smoke. My father's not a saint. Don't piss in my head and tell me it's raining. And that's exactly what this man is doing, okay?
Natalia Rolska.
I happen to be a vice president of Ukrainian Women Legal America 64 chapter, Manhattan chapter, but also I'm resident of St. Mark's Place between 2nd and 1st Avenue on the uptown side, so it's right the same block. And my apartment was the backyard that would be affected and already affected by creation of a fundamentally new venue, transforming the brasserie St. Mark, a restaurant or speakeasy, into a nightclub and entertainment space. The noise levels of our part of St. Mark's Place are already excessive and on weekend nights extend as late as till 3 a.m. This noise level are augmented by noise that already is produced by brasserie St. Mark's late into the night, very late into the night. And many hundreds of families in our block would be affected by the additional noise that permission for DJs, bands, and dancing would create. Instead of expanding noise levels, this community board should be looking for ways to provide relief from the street noise on our very busy and primarily residential block. Let me say one last thing, and it will be supported by our colleagues here. I represent also, we don't have other members of our building here, but they actually, I'm speaking on behalf of the whole building. Let me say that I have a brother fighting in the Ukrainian army now, who is risking his life in front of, and my daughter lives in Kiev and is subjected, as well as big families and many Ukrainian families, subjected to the danger of weekly Russian missile and drone attacks. I'm all the more appalled that private for-profit, not profit business that wants to invade my neighborhood with an unwanted excessive noise in the course of partying and other his requests for licensing. This business is operating under the name Freedom for Ukraine LLC. I urge you to turn down the LLC and brasserie St. Mark's request to be transformed into the de facto disco or nightclub, very loud until 3-4 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry. I urge you to support our neighborhood, who are presented here, freedom from excessive night noise and other things that.
Thank you very much.
Griffin Hansberry.
I'm also a neighbor on St. Mark's, about halfway down the block. And the main problem comes from what they call the secret garden, which is this pergola in the backyard. They have 2 to 3 times as many tables as the 6 stipulated in the 2020 stipulations from this board. It is a private place for private parties. There's loud music and screaming on weeknights until at least 11 p.m. and weekends it goes till 1, 2 in the morning. There's been DJs, there's been amplified music with karaoke, and those stipulations in 2020 were that they could have that backyard open to 9 p.m. It goes much later to that. Decibel readings I've taken, this is at least 100 feet away, over 64 decibels. This is against the New York City noise code. That's from my bedroom window. I can't open my windows because of this place. And my neighbors and I have made dozens of complaints to 311 and to the SLA. Sound baffling was supposed to happen. This pergola is made from lattice, which is wide open. There really doesn't seem to be any sound baffling to it. And really, this is a real quality of life issue. So I am opposing this for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeremy Hurley.
I am also 51 St. Mark's Place. I've been before the board on this situation for going on 5 years now, since 2018. This operator does not care about the neighborhood, does not care about neighbors, despite what he says or may intimate. There's only one goal here, and that's to make money, or ego, I don't know. But it is a disruption that is consistent and constant. As Griffin said, the backyard noises are insane. I have a bedroom in the back and a front room that's 80 feet away. And in the summertime, if I have my kitchen window open, not only can I not feel comfortable cooking because of the woo, ha, sorry, and amplified noise, I can't sit in my living room. If he plays music back there, doof, 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 comes right through my apartment anyway. I beg you to deny this operator any activity in our neighborhood.
Okay.
I wouldn't plan on doing it this way.
Okay, so that is it for the speakers. Okay, we're gonna move.
Can I just say one thing in my defense?
Well, you're gonna get the chance to speak now and explain you can respond to anything you've heard and also explain a little bit about what you're actually planning on changing.
So, half of the people that spoke were involved in litigation trying to evict me. Their names are on court documents, et cetera, and they're all related. One person says that there's a tarp and tarp makes wind sounds, which was Ms. Balco, I believe. Then it's being said that there's no covering. I'm just gonna let the contradictions speak for themselves. There's a few other indiscrepancies, but I'm not trying to give them a roadmap because this has all been a giant harassment campaign for which I am now in the damages phase essentially for. As it is already, they paid out millions of dollars once already. Now it's just a matter of what's going to happen the next time. But that's it. Thank you.
So what are you actually doing with your application?
Just as it is.
Well, but I was hoping you could tell me a little about like what you want to do and why you want to do it.
So
like I understand. So I actually have a question before you start. So in 2021, there was a corporate change. Jerry Lebowitz.
That change never consummated.
So we approved it, but you never filed with the state?
Correct.
So it goes back to the previous corporation, which was you and Jerry Lebowitz.
Correct.
Okay.
Is it me, myself, and then my wife Karen.
But Karen's not on the corporation.
On Freedom for Ukraine LLC and the New Liberals and Chubut.
So she's not listed on it though now.
Currently, she's not. No.
No, but on the application that you
No,
submitted.
she's on the application. She should be there.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the questionnaire. Let me just confirm with the application, but.
Questionnaire?
No, the application. I was looking at the questionnaire, but it's
What's?
hold on, I have it right here.
Yeah. What's the question?
So it's Karen. Yeah, so she's not listed on the application to state, and she's not listed on the questionnaire that you submitted to us.
You're talking about for this month?
For this month.
It's a mistake on Frank's part. I mentioned it to him. I don't know what to say.
So that's my question. So you're changing the name from UKI Freedom to
Correct.
Freedom for Ukraine LLC.
Correct.
So you're changing with the new corporation.
Correct.
And it's you, Jerry, and your wife, Karen?
Correct.
Are going to be the three partners. So Karen is being added, you and Jerry were already on
Correct.
corporation. So she is joining the corporation under the new corporate name.
Correct.
Okay. And then,
In addition, is it an extension of hours or?
yeah, so then you're asking to extend the hours, correct?
To modify some shorter, some longer.
And then you're requesting to add DJs.
Nobody has it.
Correct.
Well, you may already have them, but they weren't approved. So the question is, so you're adding DJs, adding live music, and adding karaoke.
Correct. Well, the idea of karaoke is someone takes the microphone and starts singing along to a song at a wedding or a gathering or event, by definition, that is karaoke. Therefore, that's the reason for the karaoke.
We have a lot of baby showers, bridal showers, events, weddings, things like that. And that's just part of it. Better to have that. Have it in the.
Were they previously approved for use of the outdoors
Yes.
by this committee?
They were approved. They were to close at 9 p.m. There were 6 tables, 24 seats. And they would install a canopy, awning, or other structure over the backyard and include sound baffling materials and vegetation around the perimeter to mitigate the sound.
None of that was done.
How many tables do you have outside now in the backyard?
I have to double check whatever it is, 4 or 6, somewhere in that range.
You don't know how many tables you have outside right now?
Right now specifically, no, I don't, off the top of my head. I have to double check. I don't know how, this isn't.
And
If you look on the website, there's a dozen tables on it.
yeah, no more cross talking, which I'm
Sorry.
That's okay. But did you ever install the sound baffling?
Yes.
The vegetation,
Yes.
the awning and canopy?
Correct. Yes.
What kind of sound baffling are you using?
It's like a Kel-Wall plastic as far as, it's like plastic material there, then you have a double layer of tarp as far as being able to, the idea is that I'd like to fully enclose it. The building department is willing to allow that. However, the Ms. Balco and Walter Zaritsky, along with Steve Gabor and a few other people have created a special legal circumstance with the building department, and they are putting a moratorium on anything until the litigation and court case is resolved, because the city doesn't want to get sued, because who has authority to say what over the issue is a question. Because what happened was there was a fight, a core battle for who owned the building, who took control during COVID, and we ended up being a monkey in the middle of that tug of war, unfortunately.
So I'm looking at your video online, and there was about 12 tables in the backyard. It's on your website, and it's a video. And now there's a video of one long table wrapping around. So,
I mean, as far as there's staged videos, event videos, people do product launches,
No, but
It's beautiful, but it looks like an event space.
and it's clearly more than 6 tables and 24 seats.
You're not allowed to change it for events.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It isn't, this is the specifications except for when we want to have big events.
And it does look like you have vegetation and trellis around it, but that isn't necessarily sound baffling and sound mitigation.
What time do you close up?
Usually, as far as the back goes, usually by 9. As far as everything that everybody wants to say, I mean, it's mostly conjecture. It's not like anybody has anything hard to sit there. It's just,
But I mean, it shouldn't be usually. If the stipulations are that you close by 9 o'clock, you gotta close by 9 o'clock.
Can I say something to that?
You shouldn't.
I have,
Hold on a sec, you gotta wait till the chair calls on you.
Yes, please.
Do you have something to add to the back about this topic?
specifically,
Yes, go ahead then.
just, we have a 13-year-old son that's in middle school. And him getting, his room in our apartment is all the way in the back, closest to what we're talking about. And him getting a decent night's sleep to get up at 7 in the morning, get ready to go to school in the morning, can sometimes be a disaster. And it's not every day or every night, but it's frequent enough to where it's a tremendous concern, because it directly affects him at school and also at home. So I just want to say that in relation to the 9 o'clock. Anyway, Sylvia, thank you.
That's okay.
I just want to mention to people what's often very, very helpful. People will send us videos, timestamp videos, and we share those with the police. We share them with the SLA. That is proof So I just want to suggest that that's a very helpful thing to do.
I think I have.
That's okay.
And please identify that you're from different buildings.
Excuse me. I'm not asking for it now, I'm asking for the next time.
So-
we're here.
And I mean, have you had DJs?
As far as
Inside, outside, have you had DJs at all?
I'd have to double check, honestly, as far as you're asking me it's like.
No, that's something a business owner should know. No, it is, it's something a business owner, you should know how many tables you have outside, you should know whether you have DJs or not. You should know what time you close out outside. I mean, that's what a responsible business owner would know.
Sure. I mean, there's allegations that you've had DJs, that's why I was asking you if.
I mean, specifically, no.
Okay. Jeremy?
Well, so I can speak on two aspects. First of all, I know many of the neighbors here. I know the Sony question, many Ukrainian, Slavo-Ukrainian. I mean, so that's one aspect. I think that they come here with factual, I've been in this neighborhood for 20 years. They've been here for longer than I have. And also it's obvious to me that this is not the greatest operator who's not keeping track of details. And these hours show a complete disregard because this item has come to this meeting before, offering 4 a.m. That shows that, you're not listening to your neighbors who have complained about the late hours. So I'm trying to stay as factual as possible, and that's where I come. Obviously, no on everything.
Can I just mention one thing?
Of course.
Have any of you maybe reached out to me ever? Have you called or anything like that? Jeremy, last time I saw you, gave my cell phone number.
Yeah, I
right?
want to talk to you about it, man. You already know what the problem is. What's the point? Every time I
Again,
can't
it's
sleep or enjoy my.
Whoever's
apartment,
saying,
I gotta call
whatever it
you for
is, say
permission.
that they
I should
sent a
not
call, they
call
sent
you
a
for
text, they sent an email. This is fundamentally, I mean, this is the third landlord tenant eviction, the other two, we want, and it just keeps going.
My mind is kind of made up. I've heard enough. You guys have asked great questions.
So, I mean, I think there's a couple issues. There's the issue of the change of the corporation, and then there's the change to the method of operations.
Right.
Or change to the method of operation of a couple of different points to that. As far as the change to the method of operation, does anyone have any issues with that? It is essentially, it's not just a corporate change because they are essentially, as someone pointed out, is essentially a sale of assets. One corporation, the new one they're forming, is buying the assets of the previous corporation. But it's two of the partners with the third partner joining, so it's mostly paperwork, but does anyone have any issue with that? Susan?
Well, I just want to say, usually what we do on that is, they're not really, SLA isn't really asking us for a comment. We're being notified. And we usually say that, to be sure and put the stipulations on the new corporation. I mean, if that were the only thing,
it would have been
administratively.
Right.
That's fine.
Yeah. So I think we're all on the same page that I don't think anyone has any issue with that.
Right.
I personally I'm going to speak for myself, given the issues we've heard from the neighbors, but also it doesn't sound like you have a good grasp on your business, whether these problems are occurring or not. The neighbors are saying they are.
So in my defense, there's a tremendous amount of litigation. They literally paid one of the partners $3 million a few months ago. We can come back and I can happily submit that.
And that's fine.
about 100,000 neighbors. The SLA and the police were there about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks, whatever it was. None of this is substantiated. They keep calling, they're looking to bury me. They attack me personally, they slander me personally, and this just doesn't stop.
And
As
I'm
far as
not-
the deeper that I go, I'm just giving them a blueprint for how to do, more. And as far as what they're doing with the rest of the tenants in the building who will be here, they couldn't make it today, but they're happy to because they're in litigation as well. They're following around people, asking them for the proof of immigration, harassment, et cetera.
But that's not,
It's on video.
but that's not for us.
Two of them are.
And I'm not,
This is not on
I'm
the
not-
agenda.
not discussing any of that. I was discussing how you were operating and, they brought up the complaints, I asked you to respond. And just based on your website and the videos I saw, you're not following stipulations for the backyard space. I remember when you came for the backyard space several times, and we went through this, and we were very, very, very specific because backyards are notoriously a problem. And we spoke to you about that. That's why we limited it to 6 tables and 24 seats. I mean, this event that I saw here on the video, you probably had 40 people out there. And, so just that, and then.
In my defense, the police are there like 3-4
But
times.
it's not about the police.
No, the backyard's not even open when they show up. These complaints just go.
But it doesn't matter about that. I'm looking at a video on your website. You're violating your stipulation. This is not about hearsay. This is what I'm seeing on your own website. Second, when I asked you about DJs, you didn't know. And then you said no.
Regarding the DJ thing.
So as I'm reviewing these Yelp reviews, they're saying it was one of them said the DJ was so loud I couldn't talk to my friend. They were saying it was too loud in here. Again, I'm not putting a lot of stock in the Yelp reviews.
Can I just say one thing, right? Once upon a time in, let's say, the 80s, the 90s, you had WWF, WWE, in which case people thought that that's what it is. Recorded background music, person, that's all I'm gonna say. Different people have different ways of doing business. I'm not trying to put my entire style of doing things because again, it's just, people here are looking to do anything they can just to create problems.
But, and I'm not.
Some of us just want a good night's sleep.
Excuse me.
But I think the point is, I personally, I'm not confident that you're following your stipulations that were agreed to in 2020, that you currently have.
I haven't had a single violation.
Because as you've heard from the beginning, people aren't calling complaining, they're complaining now.
They said they complained dozens of times. The other person that does, they keep repeating the same thing. They say, we keep calling this. You can play back what they said. There's minutes of it. I mean, again, it's the TARP thing to the non-TARP thing, So
The people who are here complaining aside,
Sorry.
there is a certain set of stipulations that this community board put on this license in order to approve you. And you're breaking those stipulations. So why would we further give you more leeway?
Exactly.
The video, a marketing video on the website.
But there's also pictures of dying. I don't think this is just a marketing video. These are events that you are having.
Right. And you're like marketing that you're willing to break your stipulations, right?
So if that's a marketing video, you're showing us how you're gonna set it up.
Silly having this conversation when we're
So-
literally looking at things out.
So.
Yeah, and I feel like we're on the same.
So I think at this point,
Yeah.
I think we're ready to move to a vote.
Yeah.
I would like to make a motion that, we will approve the change of corporation sale of assets, but we would not approve any change to the stipulations. We would approve the stipulations that were approved on November 2nd of 2020 with the corporate change.
And that the corporate change include all the current
Yes, that the corporate change will include, the new corporation will include all of the current stipulations that were approved on November 2nd, 2020. Okay?
Yeah. You want a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded. We'll move to a vote. Stephen Ballinger, absent. Sandy Lay. Guillermo?
Sorry, so I'm voting yes on what you said, right?
You're voting yes on the corporate change.
Yes, and
adding the current stipulations with no changes.
correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Are you denying the other one?
Well, everything was one application, so it's one vote to approve the corporate change, and we're not approving any changes to the stipulations.
Can I just make a statement?
Hold on.
we gotta-
No. But do they have on their application that they want to change the method of operation, right?
It is,
So it's the proper.
no, it's a new it's a new application is what they have.
So then you have to vote on a new application. You have to
Well,
vote
that's,
on the new license with not a corporate change. You have to vote on a new license with all the previous stipulations. I would say, which was explained as a corporate restructuring with the current, with the.
So here's my question, Susan. If we vote to deny, then they could go straight to the SLA, they could say we're denied, they could possibly be approved at SLA level and make their own stipulations there. So are we approving this with stipulations, the exact existing stipulations?
That's very specifically what I was getting at, and we will attach them. And this is something we always do. This is not for this.
Right.
This is something we always do when it's a same business that is kind of a restructuring. We always do this. So we're approving it,
approving a new application for the new corporation.
yeah, if it has the same, as long as the same stipulations.
So it is a yes vote.
And I would include in the resolution that previous stipulations have not been followed and,
Therefore, we are not willing to.
per videos on the website, that kind of, I would use the documented information.
Okay.
Should I just?
No.
We're in the middle of it. So I'm voting yes on the approval with the current stipulations.
Yes, on approval.
Okay, so that motion passes. It will be the corporate, your application for the change has been approved, but you are with the current stipulations that were approved in 2020.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a statement? Just-
No.
Everything you heard.
Please.
I really hope this resolves.
No, stop. Steve, leave him alone. Leave him alone. You got it.
Thank you,
The same problem we had before. He's not gonna.
I suggest that you start working with the community board on your problem.
Reach out to, there's a,
Thank you very much.
everyone.
I'll be here tomorrow.
Okay,
Please,
okay, thank you, everyone.
please email your problems. I can't meet with anyone that wants it.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item.
Yeah, you guys can go.
Thank you.
We'll make room for others.
We're moving on to item number 2, which is Sugar Mouse at 47 3rd Avenue. Is the applicant here for item number 2?
There's
Sugar
a
Mouse?
hand raised,
Okay, yeah, the applicant is online. Aaron.
This is Sugar Mouse, right?
If you guys are gonna go, if you could do it before we start the new item, thank you.
And Robert Romano.
Thank you. Okay, so I know we have the applicant, Mary Francis, don't move her back for now. I think his attorney was someone I didn't know. Aaron, is your attorney do you have your attorney online tonight?
I do. Let me just call him really quickly. He's on. Let me just let him know we're here.
What is your attorney's name?
Robert Romano.
Oh, yeah, he's on. We'll just promote him. We're good. You don't have to mess with him.
Okay.
Okay. So as you heard, I'm going to give a brief summary. We'll then turn it over to you for any additions, corrections, or anything you would like to say, and then we're going to move it to the public, back to the committee, and we'll move to a vote.
Thank you.
Okay, so Sugar Mouse LLC is seeking a change in the method of operation for the full on-premises liquor license in the premises located at 47 3rd Avenue. They are a current business. And it was left blank on your questionnaire, and I know it was pending when you were here originally. What is your certificate of occupancy for?
We have a temporary certificate of occupancy.
Oh, you're still under temp?
Yeah, It's a 10-story building, so they are still doing construction upstairs. But we have gotten approval for the temporary certificate of occupancy, closing out our items.
Okay. And how many people was it for?
It's for 270, I believe.
Okay, thank you. So there are 20 tables with 80 seats, one stand-up bar with 15 seats, serving pizza and fried snacks prepared in a full kitchen, open during all hours of operation, 3 televisions, ambient music, live DJ, live performances. It's a game hall operation. Patrons can rent game tables such as shuffleboard, ping pong, billiards, foosball. There are also community events as well as comedy shows and other live music type events. The applicant is formerly operated the Black Cat on Rivington Street and operates a similar operation in Community Wood 3, Sour Mouse at 110 Delancey Street. When the applicant was approved originally, they were approved to accommodate students coming after school and agreed to use the entrance on 3rd Avenue for an entrance and egress instead of using an entrance on 10th Street. They were originally approved for hours of operation, opening no later than 2 p.m., closing by 1 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 2 a.m. to Friday and Saturday. This application is to extend their hours on the weekends, Friday and Saturday, to 3 a.m., keeping the hours during the week the same. Essentially, that is, I think my understanding is really the only thing you're requesting a change. I think that generally is a summary of what you are proposing. I will go ahead and turn it over to you, Aaron and Robert, if you'd like to add or clarify anything.
Right, and I'd like to just point out that this premise has been open now for just under a year, and Aaron really has shown to be a great operator. He has the majority of the signatures supporting this application are people that actually live in the building, and the 1 hour allows him to really let the crowd dissipate over a wider period of time. He won't have the rush leaving at 2 a.m. It'll be a slower, steadier, more, a more civil way of leaving. And I think that, it's really not a big ask for what he's doing here, considering especially considering the way he's run this place the last year. And I know Aaron, in his experience, felt that the extra hour would actually afford him to do that, allow him to have a peaceful closing. And it would eliminate any possibility, really, I don't want to say anything is possible, but it would mitigate the possibility of having crowds forming on the sidewalk at night. And I know that's a major concern, not only to the neighbors, but to Aaron as well.
And I just would like to add too, there were 39, I forgot to mention in my summary, there were 39 signatures from within 2 blocks in support of the applicant. Okay, is that everything? Anything else you'd like to say before we move to members of the public? Because I think there are several people here to speak to this item.
I would like to speak for a moment, yeah. I want to say thank you for the opportunity to present this request. For someone that was raised and born in the Lower East Side, I am very grateful for the community. And as a tenured professor in criminal justice, I give back. I do a lot of pro bono stuff with the city and state, and obviously through my community-focused programming at Sour Mouse and Sugar Mouse. We are a space for families and individuals of all ages. We really celebrate culture and community. We have over a dozen college-level lectures with NASA, with astronauts, with NYU professors throughout the year. We have live music, over a dozen jam sessions with local musicians, all free throughout the month, every month, right? We host a lot of community events. We have a monthly Pokemon festival for kids. For noise. We also do a lot of charitable events in the community. Most recently, last month, we raised over $10,000 for toys for the community. We worked with local nonprofits, Grand Street Settlement, Welcome to Chinatown, and we distribute these toys to the community. So I think, you know, our track record speaks for itself. We care about the community. We're doing everything we can. I think getting the extra hour is a major financial hour, you know, on the weekends that would allow us to continue to do the things that we're doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and move to the public now. I think we have 2 speakers online on Zoom. We're going to start with them. So I think John Center. Yes, if you are here for Sugar Mouse, please, at 47 3rd Avenue, please raise your Zoom hand and we will call on you as we get through the list. So anyways, John, you can go ahead, please.
Audio check quickly. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're good.
All right. I'm John Center. First, thank you to the committee members and CB3 for your service, and District Manager Stetzer for your guidance tonight. My apartment's 200 feet away and in line of sight with Sugar Mouse's entrance. I respectfully and reasonably ask that the committee recommend denying Sugar Mouse request to close at 3 a.m. on Friday and Saturday nights. First, I must respond to their lawyer. The first events that we noted at this location were in late May 2024. That's not a year, it's 7.5 months. Just, you know, that's arithmetic there. Second, last week I submitted full written testimony with images to CB3. Tonight, here are 3 bullet points in my actual lived experiences. First of all, I'd like to think of myself as a reasonable person, so I have not been filing a complaint every single time I see a violation of the stipulations. However, late night street noise and loitering by groups of the operator's patrons have been major negative impacts. We hear the noise first, often drowns out other sounds in our apartment. Then we look out and we see Sugar Mouse's patrons loitering on the sidewalk and sometimes into the street. The incidents don't take place every night, but we've heard and photographed approximately 5 occasions since May, plus 2 Ask an F-Boy flyers, and I'm just going to leave it there. Second, it's not my job to instruct this operator on how to comply with operating stipulations that he agreed to or how to be a good neighbor. No or ineffective signs at Sugar Mouse ask patrons to be considerate of nearby residents. Even without formal 311 or SLA complaints, enough documented incidents justify recommending denying later closing hours. Approval could lead to significant and unfair additional hours of even later night noise disturbances, benefiting the operator more than serving the public interest or convenience. The operator chose to locate a new establishment in a neighborhood already oversaturated with liquor licenses and ongoing operations with similar activities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Next, we have, okay, we have Mary Fran Loftus. Yes. Okay, Mary Fran, you've been promoted. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Okay. I'm opposed to granting an extension to the operating hours for Sugar Mouse at 47 3rd Avenue. Previously, I emailed CB3 and the committee photos and my reasons, namely noise created by patrons leaving Sugar Mouse at 3:25 a.m. on June 23rd. This was after a rave advertising a 4 a.m. closing was reported to CB3. Late night traffic from patrons departing Sugar Mouse adds to backups on 3rd Avenue and on 11th Street, which also services Webster Hall patrons. At previous appearances before this committee, Evidence of the applicant violating stipulations for his operations has been presented. I respectfully ask that the committee recommend denying this application and please prioritize the health and well-being of the CB3 residents that are affected by this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Fran. And
Mary Fran, can I ask you where you live?
115 East 9th Street. My windows overlook 3rd Avenue and 10th Street.
Thank you.
okay, thank you, Mary Fran. Is there anyone else online? Yeah, I see there's no one else online with their hand raised at least. So we're going to move to the members of the public here in person.
We've got Monica. Hi, I represent the 10th and Stuyvesant Street.
I'm sorry.
I'm not loud enough?
Well, it's not in the house, it's for the people that are
Hi, I'm Monica Ritter-Sporn. I represent the 10th and Stuyvesant Street Block Associations. Many of my neighbors have been speaking that they are very opposed to the extension because of the noise that many of my neighbors who would have been here at 6:30 this evening, but they have small children that they are feeding and putting to bed now, I'm sure. People are very disturbed by them leaving. They do create noise. They also have not been good neighbors with their trash. They don't seem to have that fully figured out. I have called 311 on that, and I do encourage my neighbors to call 311, and we are now encouraging them to be in touch with you every single time. So, sorry, after the first go round here, my neighbors were not happy with how it went, and so there was a little CB3 strike, but we're back. We know you can help us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monica.
Did
you call someone?
I mean, there's no one else online.
Oh, I just didn't hear anyone call.
Well, I mean,
You want to ask them to
is
raise
it
their hand?
Tasso? I mean, no one's raised their hand, but I don't
see.
see, there's no one, Tasso, what's his last name?
Adam?
Well, Adam.
Adam Heyman?
Adam Heyman, yeah, just raised this.
Okay, so I thought, yeah, but I don't see Tasso or anything. What was Tasso's last name?
It's an A.
Oh, well.
Anyway, well, so Adam, you can go ahead and unmute yourself, Adam.
Thank you. I didn't have much more to add, other than with what Mary and John had already added, as well as Monica. But I live on 10th Street between 3rd and 2nd, 105 East 10th. I'm one building away from where the location is established. There occasionally is a line that wraps around the corner. There's constantly trash in front of the building. I have a 9- and 6-year-old, two daughters. I've seen no advertisements for any community events. The location is rarely open at 2 p.m. And it just seems like a push to have later hours. In response to what Robert Romano said, a steady stream of people dissipating at 2 a.m., I just feel like if the establishment is open an hour later, you're going to get that same stream of people dissipating at 3 to 4 a.m. It's already been a nuisance. The whole benefit of this, the Aaron petition to have the liquor license, even though there was an oversaturation, under the guise that there was going to be a community benefit. The community benefit is a drinking hole for college students, not a family community benefit to the neighborhood. So I would request that the board denies his application for additional hours. He's operated for just over 6 months. It just seems ludicrous to me to have stipulations to get a liquor license and then fly under those stipulations to then go against everything that you stipulated for.
If I may, the premise has been open significantly more than 6 months.
If you just want to hold up, we'll just make sure we're going to let all the public speak and then respond to everyone all at once. I think we're kind of wrapping up though, or there.
Laura.
Okay, oh, sorry, we have Laura Sewell.
Hi,
It should have been on already.
I think it's live, yes? I don't hear it.
It's for the Zoom.
Thank you, sorry about that. So, I don't think anyone is saying that Adam is the worst operator in the world, but I do since I've been observing this application and working with the residents, there's been a pattern that started when the applicant first appeared for Sugar Mouse, and there was some issue with party buses at Sour Mouse. And it got called out in the meeting, and he said he would stop that, and that's fine. And then there was, definitely firm hours of 2 o'clock, and to move on the weekends, and to move the entrance away from 10th Street and onto 3rd Avenue, just to avoid there being an impact on 10th Street, which is a very different place than 3rd Avenue. So what happens continually is there were some rave events advertised. The one that was flagged by the district manager was taken care of, but there was another one a week later. That one wasn't advertised, but there were people outside at 3:30 in the morning. And then we've definitely had the lines unexpectedly popping up around the corner because a free event was advertised or a promoted event was advertised. So I personally wish we could see the applicant really make his best effort to abide by the stipulations for several months before we consider extending the hours. I agree that I'm picturing the same problem. There shouldn't be a problem at 2. There should be a doorman or a bouncer helping people exit and ensuring that their disbursement through the neighborhood is orderly. And I also have not been sent any invitations to any community events for children, even though I have a great newsletter and I'm happy to promote these things on our website. So having said all that, again, not the worst problems in the world, but I would like to see what happens if some attention is paid to these things before we make any changes. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here from the public to speak to this item?
2 people just raised their hand on Zoom.
Shorshan Pather?
Hi, yeah, I'm actually for the next, just raise my hand for the next case.
Okay, no problem.
And then
We'll get you next.
Tasso will raise their hand.
And then who?
Tasso.
Tasso, okay. Tasso, go ahead.
Yes, hi. I'm the resident of 104 10th Street, so I'm on 10th Street, second home in a row. And I want to testify against extending the hours. Myself and my family, we have 3 children that we're trying to raise in the neighborhood. We're generally overwhelmed by noise. And what I wanted to say is that when this application was approved against very significant public opposition, this was positioned as a family-oriented games hall, and with amplified music, promoted events, and now extended hours, this is becoming more and more a music venue, which is not how it was presented, how it was represented here. I don't think the neighborhood needs another music venue, and I have seen multiple events that have DJ lineups with 5, 6, 7 DJs that go up right up to closing hour that are promoted events. The venue has huge capacity. It's really a massive venue. And again, this was pitched as something else than what it is becoming right now. And I would appreciate if the SLA was to consider the nature of the space and why would the family-oriented games hall would need a 3 a.m. closing time. We're just trying to raise our kids in the neighborhood. We're very busy. This is just coming here and talking is, in itself a commitment. And this is important for us in the community. And that's what I want to say. And thanks to the committee for their volunteering contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasso. Okay, is that it? Okay, so I think Susan?
Yeah, I often comment on the problems or, when something comes before the board that has had experience with the office, we often give our experience. And this, I am not pro or against this extra hour. I don't buy that another hour is going to make things dissipate more quietly. I think it's more for financial reasons, but this is not about that. I'm gonna say that Aaron has probably been the most responsive operator in, well, other than Megan, in Community Board 3 when there's a complaint. For instance, last June, I got a complaint about an event that was not on stipulations that was promoted. Within an hour, that was canceled. I got a complaint last week, not about a violation, but a legitimate complaint about a poster that was advertising a comedy act that was not our everyday children's language. Again, I got the complaint within an hour. That poster was removed, and I was told that the owner actually agreed with the residents. It seems like the stipulation that's being broken routinely is they're supposed to open at 2 and they're not, which is causing a line. That seems to be the only, as far as I can tell, the only stipulation other than an event in July. So I want to just really encourage, and now I know what happened. People didn't like what I said at the last meeting, so they decided to go on strike. It doesn't help us all. I need to do my job. Excuse me, okay. I need to do my job. I want to help you. The only other complaint I got was about the Smith, which had its amplifier on in its shed, outdoor shed, all day. And it took me a couple months to get that one resolved. But, I don't get complaints from that block. I want to work with you all. And I do have to say, I'm not saying that Aaron shouldn't improve anything. What I am saying is that when I have gotten a complaint, he has been 100% responsive, and I appreciate that. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration.
Okay, so now we're gonna give you, Robert and Aaron, a chance to respond to what you've heard.
Well, I'd like to thank Ms. Stetzer for those words. And I share that feeling about Aaron, in that I have clients that are responsive and clients that are not responsive. And Aaron happens to be, and she's correct, if not one of them, the single most responsive, caring clients that I have. He does indeed care about the neighborhood, and to take this a step further to mitigate any impact that this would have, he's willing to stipulate that he would not take any new patrons in after 2 a.m. So, there would be no additional people coming into the space as a result of this. And again, it would help him financially, but it would also help him dissipate the crowd. And Aaron, you can speak to what you've done in charities, and I think that needs to get out.
I spoke about that briefly earlier. I'm part of the community. I went to St. Patrick's in the 80s. This is my community. When I first started with Black Hat, we were doing 50 free comedy shows every month out of a little cafe. And this is something that I find rewarding. We raised over $10,000 worth of, toys and money. We raised money through my connections and the nonprofits that I'm part of for the community. This was, it took several months of planning to just launch one event. And I think that speaks to kind of what we stand for. We've put money and hosted events for youth. I know that there were some questions about us being family oriented. We have birthday parties for kids. We have events. We have a Polka Fest. Surely I would love to have more of these. But just because we have it doesn't mean that people will come, but we are open for teenagers and kids to come in, right? We are family oriented.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else, Aaron or Robert?
We're all set.
Okay, so, I mean, I have a couple questions. I mean, one thing I heard, I think it's been an email, and I think we heard tonight that, you know, you did agree to open at 2 p.m. because you were planning on being open, I think, for the after-school crowd, and it seems like, at least what I've heard, is that you're not opening till 4 or 4:30, which has caused a line in the afternoon when Third Avenue is kind of busy at that time, and it's causing a line. But if you were open at 2, from what I've heard, that line may not be there because people would be going in and they wouldn't be waiting in line till you open. Is that, I mean, are you opening at 2? What time are you actually opening?
We open at 3. We open at 3, but no one comes in, and that's the thing. So we tried opening earlier at 2, and it's just, you know, labor is costly. A lot of people don't come in until later on after work. Occasionally we'll get some high school kids come in to play, but it doesn't justify just the staffing. You know, brick and mortar businesses are tough, and with, you know, wage heights, it's difficult, and we're trying to, you know, be compliant and follow these stipulations, and just that's a little tough, especially, yeah. So we tried it.
So, okay, so I understand that, and I was not on the committee at that time when you came through. I have gone back, I actually went back today and watched the video to clarify a few things. And I don't think it was spelled out as clearly, but I try to make it a point now to let the applicants know that the opening time that you put on your license, we consider that an open no later than. So, for example, if you're saying 2, that means you're going to open no later than 2. You could open at 11 or 12 or 1, but it's no later than 2. Unfortunately, I mean, I don't say unfortunately, but your license said 2, which meant you need to be open at 2. So again, I understand why you're doing it, and if there's no one coming in and labor is expensive, but that is something that if you're not going to be open at 2, whatever the resolution of tonight is, you maybe want to adjust that simply because that, unfortunately, that puts you in violation if you're not going to be open at 2. If you were saying your opening hours were 4, now I understand, I did hear this discussion in your original meeting. That was something that you agreed to do to accommodate people coming after school so there wouldn't be lines in the afternoon. So I get where the issue is with that, but just, that was one thing I wanted to clarify, that we state no later than. So if your hours were 3 p.m. and you wanted to open earlier, you're welcome to do that, but you have to be open by 3. So in this case, you had agreed to 2, which meant technically you should be open by 2.
But they can apply
But they
for
have
change.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Opportunity
that
now.
could be fine.
Yes.
I mean, you do have the opportunity now to change the application if you chose to.
Yes, that could be some, I mean, yeah, so I didn't, I guess, finish my thought on that, you know, that could be something as we're discussing things today, that could be changed if that's something you would like to do or would request to do.
You know, so we're still going to try to push to open earlier on the weekends to bring in the families, but right now we can try to push it to 3:30, but like on the weekends we're still going to push to make it to open it to, because for the birthdays and the party, the kids parties in the early mornings and the weekends. So I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe we can push it to 3.
He doesn't understand that you can open it to.
Yeah, so you can, I mean, you can.
I understand.
You can set your time at, you know, you can leave it on the weekends if you want to be open by 2 for sure, but it's no later than, so you can open earlier if you want.
On the weekdays, you could say 3 o'clock, and then if you get a kid's party or something that starts, you can open earlier.
It's no later.
Can we say no later than 3:30 every day? That would, yeah.
Yes, and then you can open at 2 if you want.
Right.
But our stipulations state no later than is how we phrase our opening hours.
Can we add that or change that now?
3:30.
Okay, so you're requesting currently 3:30 to 1 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 30 to 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so that's the one question I had. The other question, and I guess this is more of a comment rather than a question, but when I went back and listened to the video today, there was an issue that was brought up at that meeting about sour mouse. And it was brought up, and you said you would address it immediately, and from what I understand, you did address it immediately. And then there was an issue after you opened Sugar Mouse that was brought to your attention, and you addressed it immediately, and that's great. And this past week, there was an issue about the promotion, you addressed it immediately. So we appreciate your responsiveness, but there have been, in my opinion, there's been a few repeated patterns where there's things that have to be brought up to you that you're, and I guess the promotion this month wasn't necessarily a violation of any of your stipulation, just to clarify. That was something that was just, there was some comments about it that it was thought to be maybe in poor taste, but you still addressed it immediately, which again, we appreciate. I guess my question is, and the other thing that concerns me a little bit is the fact that you have only been open 7 months. Normally, we kind of like to see someone operate a little bit longer before they're coming in to request changes in their method of operation. You opened, I think, in June. You came through the summer, so you were just open. We generally like to see, at least a year to 18 months, so we can see how someone is operating through several cycles of the year to make sure that they are a responsible operator. And that's not saying you're not, but I'm just saying that's generally what we kind of like to see. Making this request after 7 months, to me, seems a little soon. That's my opinion. I don't know if anyone else on the committee has any other.
I agree with that sentiment. It just seems a little premature, given the recency of.
And I can say on one hand, it's yes. What different, it's not making a big difference giving you 1 hour. It's also, on the other hand, it's not making a big difference either way. So, I guess I'm gonna throw this out. My question to you is, would you consider coming back in another 6 months or so after you've, been operating for a full year? Also, you've had a chance now to hear the concerns of your neighbors and your the residents, and I would also suggest maybe meeting with them. You sent us an email that had a lot of the things you've done for the community. We've had emails from them that they thought you were violating what you agreed to because you weren't having community events. I understand you're having them, but maybe you're just not publicizing them, which I'm not saying you have to, but I think that might help a lot if your neighbors actually knew what you were doing. And yeah, so.
I agree with that. I mean, I think you should be in touch with, Laura or whoever else in the community to kind of get these events out there. As far as the application in general, I mean, I really believe that there's a place for all types of businesses in our community. And one of them can definitely be DJs and games and, someplace that fits 200 people. If we're gonna have a place like that, I don't mind it being like on an avenue. That's a good place for it to be. This has a completely closed storefront, which is a good thing.
It's underground. The space is actually
Yeah,
underground.
the space is underground. I would actually be in support of this application extending the hours, but I wouldn't do it unless there was some sort of commitment from the applicant of having doormen or some sort of security outside to make sure that crowds dispersed responsibly, didn't hang out in front, that there was somebody controlling the line, or else, I mean, if you've got a capacity for 270 people, don't have a line outside, find them an area to wait inside. That's my take on it.
Cameron?
I agree with you guys.
Michael?
Too soon for 3 a.m.
Yeah, I think it's a bit soon for 3 a.m. You seem like a great operator. With a lot of great potential for this location. But maybe, as Clint said, 6-7 months could be a much different picture, much more positive with the community. So
is that something you would consider?
I would love for us to consider the extension now. You know, this is I think financially this is we kind of need this. You know, we do everything that we said we would, and I would love for the community to support us now when we need this. You know, we are considered to be, you know, our method of operation is that we are an alternative to places that are just offering drinks. So like we have like activities for dry January, we have all of these, but we can't be competitive because people find all these other alternatives that open later, and so we like technically we're not an alternative, and the problem is that 1 hour is actually inhibiting the sales a lot. So I hope you guys can grant this extension. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so, I mean, I know Megan said she would be in support. It sounded like Guillermo.
Yes, no.
Michael. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not, you know, I'm not saying I'm opposed to this overall. I just think, honestly, it's a little too soon, and for me, in my opinion, and I mean, yes, you've been generally operating well, but you still have complaints, and even though if they haven't complained formally on the record, I mean, there have been some issues, and you have addressed them, but again, honestly, it's normally spring, summer, and fall is when we generally tend to have more problems in the nicer weather. You opened last summer, so you were just getting up and running. I personally would just like to see you operate a little bit longer to show that you can follow your existing stipulations. That's my opinion. So
in my experience, though, the months of trial and error really are the late fall and the holiday season, and he made it through there, you know, unscathed, and he made it through there as a good neighbor, and he made it through there. It might be 7, I believe it's more like 8 months, but it really is critical to Aaron's financial well-being, for the business's well-being, that this gets granted tonight and not in 6 months from now.
So the other thing that concerns me is that, you know, by saying it's critical for the business's well-being, how much business are you planning on doing in that last hour?
Yeah.
And then those people are going to disperse at 3 o'clock. So the idea that being open between 2 and 3, they would disperse gradually. If you're expecting to be that busy during that hour, that's going to really prop up your business.
No.
Does that mean people are going to be leaving at 3 o'clock rather than 2, causing more noise under the windows of the people that live there?
No, but as I mentioned before, he's willing to stipulate not to allow anyone in after 2 a.m. on those nights.
So if he's not allowing anyone in, he's
anyone
not
further. So the people that will go there at 11 o'clock will go in, or 12 at midnight. If somebody thinking, where do you want to go? It's midnight. Well, let's go over to Sugar Mouse. No, they close in 2 hours. I want to hang out further. They can go there knowing that they can stay till 2:30, 2:45, and then they leave. It's looking to get people that have the mindset that they want to be open, want to stay out later than 2 a.m. Not necessarily drink more, but those people he might get a few more people coming at 11 that stay till, or 11 or midnight that stay till 2:15, 2:30, 3, 2:45, 3 o'clock they're out.
And I understand that your location on Delancey Street is open till 4, but Delancey Street is a very different location than 3rd Avenue and 10th Street. That's my only, I understand 3rd Avenue is a wide commercial avenue, and that is where we want the late night businesses, but there are also residences there as well. So given that, again, you know, there's been issues where they've said that, you know, people have been leaving after 3 and the crowds even 2:30, 2:25 are still the crowds. And I know you agreed to have your security stay later. But again, I would just like to see that in operation before I'm willing to extend the hours. So that's, and I guess that's, I've said enough about that, but. So I guess at this point, is there, seems like there's a general consensus for not approving the extension of the hours at this time.
Can we address the early hours, the starting hours?
Okay. Does anyone have an issue with moving the hours back? To 3:30 was what you were requesting?
3:30.
I mean,
It's all good with me.
I think that's fine. And if that will, I mean, my understanding was the after school crowd, when they were coming and you weren't opening until later, was causing a line outside because of that. So as long as that can be addressed, and then I guess if you have your security door people there and there's a line, you got to have them, they can't stand there. They can't have a line. You agreed to no lines. So there can't be a line wrapping around the street to 10th Street either.
The whole time I've operated, this happened twice, and we tried our best to control it. One time was for the Asian Comedy Festival. It was a charity event that we held. We had to just check. It was during the daytime, like 3 p.m. You know, we didn't want there to be chaos, but you're right. We addressed it. And the other time was just it was an NYC for free birthday, and they were helping us promote the space. Sorry.
Now you have to approve it.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, so it happened twice. I know that the community board and the community has, I don't want to say that we've been over policed, but you know, it is what it is. I think there are some allegations, and we never closed that late. You know, the only time, you know, Community Board 3 ever reached out was when someone misadvertised something, but we never closed that late. So 3:53, like I welcome these people to come in and show me that. You know, I'm so on top of this. You know, my whole team, my manager, we don't play these games. So like I really don't appreciate these allegations, because that's not what we do. But people can say whatever they want here, and I think that is a bit unfair.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I would like you to take this opportunity to hear that. And honestly, we get a lot of emails from a lot of complaints. These were some of the most reasonable complaints from this group that most of the time we've had. Like, none of them were saying you were a horrible person or you're a bad business owner. They were saying he's done a few of these things. We want to see them addressed. That's it. So I guess why I was saying I think this is a little soon. One, without any complaints, if you were coming after only 7 months, I would still probably say it was a little soon. Second, with the complaints, I would like you to take this opportunity, and hopefully you would take this opportunity to reach out to the group. We can put you in touch. They can reach out to you and have a meeting with them. Just discuss and be open. And it sounds like you're a very reasonable person. I think they're reasonable people. I think it could actually probably be a good situation for everyone.
How about we split the difference and say 3 months? And then that'll give him plenty of time to reach out to who he needs to in the community. He can figure out how to mitigate any sidewalk traffic.
Well, and that's the other thing. We can't tell you, I can't say it has to be 6 months. I can't say it has to be 3 months. I mean, generally we kind of request a year, but that's not a hard number that you have the right to come back at any time. It's just, we like to see you operating to show that you're a responsible operator with what you were given, basically.
I could be amenable with 3 months.
But yeah.
It's fine.
Same.
Yeah.
I would volunteer to help facilitate a meeting if they wanted to have one in their space with the community.
I don't know if you heard that, Susan was volunteering to offer to help set up a meeting with you and the residents to just work through any issues that are pending.
Yeah, we used to do that with Webster Hall all the time, so, you know, that's, I think, a really good thing to do.
Is that something you would be amenable to?
I'm so sorry, I just missed that to get the daughter out. Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Susan had offered to help facilitate a meeting between you and the residents and anyone with the issues to help facilitate that to resolve, or not even resolve, but just make everything out in the open so that you can be a good neighbor and they can be good neighbors to you.
And then you'd come back in 3 months, not 6.
I mean, if that's the only thing we have, then yeah.
Because at this point, it's not like I'm not really willing to extend the hours. Again, this isn't a permanent decision. I'm just saying with where we're at now, I'm not comfortable extending your hours. And I think Guillermo and Michael agreed with me. So if we were to vote now, I don't think the extension of the hours would be approved.
What, do we adjourn this for 3 months?
So, yes.
Well, but are you gonna vote on
Well,
this
I guess the
first?
question is though, but now this is just logistically a question. If we're approving you to move your opening hours back to 3:30, by the time they submit this and process this, is this with the SLA, is this?
It's to be processed by the end of the month.
Do you have to get, forgive me, do you have to get approval from the SLA for earlier hours, for the starting hours?
They actually, yes, and I'll tell you why.
It's on your method of operation.
I'll tell you why, because it's on, our stipulations are on your license. Even though it's not an SLA rule, our stipulations are on your license.
Right.
But you're right, since it's a minor thing, they would.
So we would have it processed by the end of this month. I can imagine the SLA will take a long time on this one.
Yeah, and then they'll have to pay again and do the whole.
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Trying to find its certificate. I haven't seen them with the starting hours, definitely closing hours, but. Okay.
Our stipulations are on the license.
Okay.
And it almost, whatever you agree to is what you agree to. It's it's like a contract, and they put it on as a part of the license, so that makes it state law.
For logistics reasons, I would say just come back in 3 months and do both time changes.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I mean,
that
that's
makes more
That's a lot to make 2 applications.
in 3
SLA
months.
in 3 months.
Yeah.
But that's up to you, obviously. But I think, Aaron, the 3 months is the best you're gonna get tonight.
Just lines up there.
Yeah, so during that time, you have to be on your best behavior. And continuing after that, but, we just make sure that that you are operating the way you said you would. And during that time, I would advise, and Susan offered to help, I would advise that you meet with the neighbors. And as I said, I've dealt with I get a lot of emails every month. These were some of the most reasonable ones I've heard for a while. So I would like to think that they would be accommodating with you.
That sounds good.
Okay, so I guess what we didn't resolve, are you going to withdraw and just come back in 3 months for a change in the opening hours and potentially the later hours? Is that the plan? Is that?
Aaron, are you looking to push those early hours, or would the board, there's an understanding, it seems like the board is in agreement that the 3:30 opening is fine? Am I correct on that?
Can we, and I don't know.
Yeah, our concern was for the applicant having to apply for a method of operation change twice.
Right.
we could do it. So I was saying that he could adjourn or whatever, withdraw now and come back in 3
Right.
months
So,
and do both time changes.
Here's a question though, and I don't know if this is something, I don't know if we can do this. Can we vote to approve the change of opening hours to 3:30? They're gonna agree not to go to the state for another 3 months
For closing hours.
for closing hours.
Right.
And at that point, we would send a resolution to the state for the opening hours and the closing hours at that point. Can we do that?
I've never seen anything, anything against it, really.
Sounds.
Because we actually approve things all
All
the
the-
time.
And it doesn't get to the state for 6
That
months.
people hold for various reasons for a year or longer. And the reason I know that is because they often then come back to the office to say, we reconfirm our resolution of a year ago.
So we would basically, so then during those 3 months, they would be able to open at 3:30 and would it be in violation of our stipulations?
Right.
That's the question.
Go ahead.
My question is, their stipulation, all stipulations have to be posted with the license.
Yeah. But we would be approving these and they would post these stipulations currently with their license.
We would send them new stipulations.
Yes.
Revised.
Yes, we would send them the ones with the 3:30 opening hours.
Yeah.
And I would just file a method of operation right now with that.
Okay.
But does that make sense to you, Robert, that we would approve this? So therefore, from our standpoint, in the next 3 months, if you were opening at 3:30 PM instead of 2 PM, you wouldn't be in violation of our stipulation, so we would give you a break on that.
Right.
We wouldn't be extending the closing hours until you come back to us.
No, it sounds fine. I will check with the SLA though. I've never heard of them prosecuting anybody for not opening early.
Well, it's
Your problems.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that but it is, it is our stipulations which are attached to the license that they.
Right.
So you're right. I don't think they're out checking that, but.
So let's just.
Even if they knew of it, I don't think they would take any action. Unless the community board.
I think, but that's it. I'm not talking about the SLA taking action. I'm talking about what you agree with the community board and you agree with the residents.
Right.
The goodwill you're building between the residents. So that's what we want to fix. So
I'm right with that. I know it's not what you wanted, but.
I know it's not your ideal, but it's something you can live with. Because we're going to take a vote on that now.
He said yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm making a motion that we would approve the change in the opening hours to 3:30 PM as opposed to 2 PM. Everything else would be staying the same at the moment. You would come back at a later date where we would then discuss changing of the closing hours and move forward to the state with all of that at the time.
Second.
Second by Megan. Okay, so we'll move to a vote. Guillermo? Yes. Megan?
Yes.
Clint, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so that.
Will that necessitate us filing again, or we just ask to be put back on the schedule?
With the community board?
Yes, with you.
Yes,
So I was gonna say, as far as we're concerned, you can just email us your concern is not on that, it's not with us, is the SLA gonna ask you for any proof? So that's something you need to figure out with the SLA.
Okay.
and they may, because that's 3 months, if you're doing 3 months from now, they might. I don't
They may, I have no idea.
But that you may want to check with them on. Okay, well, thank you. Aaron, be in touch with Susan.
I will.
Thank you to everybody.
If you would like, be in touch with Susan and she can help facilitate something with the residents as well. And I hope you can all come to an agreement.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
This whole room is for my client, and some people have to leave, so what if you can call on matter now, it's 10, as a courtesy to.
Which were you?
I have 10, ban sheet.
Oh, you were.
Respectful request.
I mean. They're off for ban sheet.
And then after leave.
Okay. There was another item that was probably gonna be more controversial than yours that we were gonna take next, but
It was impressed.
how many people are here for Banshee?
Oh, well.
Okay.
Okay.
So next, we're gonna take number 10, which is Banshee, 143 First Avenue.
Thank you.
Sorry, this one shouldn't be like.
Grab the microphone so the people in the Zoom.
Okay. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Hold on 1 second, I just need to get that document up. And I'm going to give a brief summary
And everyone's here. There's no one on Zoom representing the bench here. No owner or anything. Okay.
So this is an application for a full liquor license located at, sorry, that's the application. Yep. Okay, this is an application for a full liquor license for a location with a, I'm assuming there was nothing listed, but I'm assuming it's a C of O, oh no, it is of 74. They're proposing hours of operation of 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Monday through Thursday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. Saturday, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. Sorry, I misread that. It's Monday through Thursday, 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Friday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. Saturday, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday, 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. And then there is a backyard use, which will close at 10 p.m. every day. There's a total of 6 indoor tables with 32 seats, 1 stand-up bar with about 12 seats. They're proposing small plates. It's a tavern license. They're proposing small plates served from, and it's, yeah, I know it had a full kitchen. Is this going to be a full kitchen still, or is it less than a full service kitchen? So it's less than a full service kitchen serving small plates. This application or this location was previously Paquitos. Since then, it has been a smoke shop and a vintage clothing shop, which therefore, because there was a break in the license, the state does not consider it continuously licensed, and it does not fall under our definition of continuously licensed as well. The owner or the applicant has been the owner of the Immigrant and previously had, sorry, this was, yeah, you did have a space previously though that you opened on, is it on 4th Street?
No, I have the Immigrant, but I have 2 licenses there.
Yes, the 2 spaces, yes. And didn't you open a space?
I had a little restaurant, a Greek restaurant on 10th Street.
The close, yes.
They closed during COVID.
During the pandemic, there was a pandemic, yes, that's what I thought. But currently it's just the 2 licenses.
Right,
yeah. And the other applicant has been a bartender at the International for how long?
It's going on 9 years now,
9
I
years.
couldn't believe, I think it's, 8 going on 9.
Okay.
What was the name of the Greek restaurant?
Athenian.
Miss it. Between what and what? Between what and what?
10th Street between 1st and 2nd.
So, and they're proposing, they do have, this place does have a backyard. It had a backyard previously when it was Paquitos. Are you proposing any outdoor sidewalk cafe or street dining at all?
No.
No, so just, because you had checked off your closed outdoor space, I just wasn't sure if that extended to the front or if it's just referring to the backyard use. And the backyard will close at 10 all nights. They are asking for a happy hour till 7. They will have DJs, but they will not have live music, third-party promoted events, any event which a cover fee charge, scheduled performances. And I think that is a general summary. I'm gonna now hand it over to the applicants or their attorney for any additional information.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you for hearing us a little earlier for all the people we have here. My name is Anthony Carabao, I'm the representative for Jennifer Murphy and Jason Corey. The summary was apt. They have a combined 25 years experience in the neighborhood with bars operating similar type businesses. So they've been here. They also reside in the neighborhood. Jason's been here for 25 years and Jennifer's been here for 5. I'm gonna be brief because I know some other people want to speak and it's getting late. So Jennifer called me about a year ago. She's looking at another space here. We talked, it did not come to fruition, but I remember her because she's very concerned about the outreach. Like she was very concerned about reaching out to people. And I think these guys are a prime example of proper outreach. They got 177 signatures. They met with the 9th Avenue A1 Block Association, multiple communications. They went out there, they didn't have an issue. We sent you guys an email. They essentially said, we have no problem with this space as long as they abide what they're going to say. So basically you have good operators, and essentially good people that are very concerned about the outreach, which is why we're here today. So I will leave it at that. We'll address any questions that you might have, but I think these are applicants you probably, this is the nature and essence of this process and protocol. You want applicants like this. So I will let anybody speak right now. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna move, is there anyone here on Zoom? for the
Yeah,
second mic?
there's a hand raised.
Yep. Okay, we're gonna do the Zoom first. So we have Cassandra. You can go ahead. Oh, please.
Myself, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. My name is Cassandra. I live in the East Village. I live on First Avenue between 7th and St. Mark's. I've lived here for almost 15 years. I was really good friends with Molly, had a great relationship when they were next door to me. I'm literally next door to the old International. I'm 1 block from the new International. I'm right around the corner from the Immigrant. Jason, I remember your restaurant, your Greek restaurant on 9th Street. I know Jen and Jason professionally from the International and the Immigrant, respectively, but I also know them personally as neighbors and members of the community. And I'm here tonight, and I waited this length of time to speak for them in support of them receiving a liquor license for their bar restaurant, Banshee. You know, people who live and work in this neighborhood are people who, you know, I'm really happy when they're like, when a new place opens, it's people who live and work here. So I trust that Jen and Jason's new establishment will be a welcome addition. And again, thank you guys for letting me speak. And I'm 100% in support of them.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, there's one other person here. So Sean or Sian?
Hi, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Amazing. So my name is actually Siani, but that's a very reasonable guess. I also just wanted to speak in support of this potential establishment. I've known both Jason and Jen for a while now. I've patronized the Immigrant many times. I've patronized International Bar many times, and I know them to both be extremely conscientious, trustworthy, and honest people. And I think that any establishment that they would have would be an asset to the neighborhood. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, is that everyone on Zoom? Okay, so we're gonna move to
Laura, want to speak on that?
Hi, so I've been. Oh, sorry. I'm not good at this. This is my first one. So I've been to the Immigrant very many times. I've been to the Immigrant with the 91 Block Association. I don't think there's any question about, you know, the operator. The Athenian was bad timing, unfortunately. It was a great place, but bad timing. And I would love to be able to speak in favor of this restaurant, but it is a tavern application, and it is in a space that is currently unlicensed. Taquitos had a license, but when they shrunk down to the south side and became a takeout business, that was like 2017, 2018. I can't pinpoint it exactly, but as of 2019, it was a vacancy. So there's been a smoke shop in there, and then a flamingo pound vintage place that opened a couple of places in the neighborhood and didn't last very long, but there are intermittent uses. So with that and the backyard, which, you know, backyard for a restaurant might not be too much of a problem, but backyards for taverns, you know, traditionally have caused issues in CB3. So with all of that, you know, in play, I have to say that I can't support it. And I have never known 9A1 to support a new license, and as much as, you know, I don't think they were aware of this. In fact, I know they weren't, because when I emailed them today, they were like, oh shit. So that's all I have to say. I would fully support the venture, and I just wish it could be in a licensed location.
Monica? Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said that was for Sugar Mouse.
Okay, just for sure, okay.
Okay. Catherine Massey? Thank you. My name is Katie Massey, and I am an attorney, a longtime East Village resident, currently on St. Mark's between First and A, and a strong advocate for a vibrant community. It's with my deep love for this neighborhood that brings me to be here as an advocate for Jen and Jason and the opening of their new bar space. I fervently believe that Jen and Jason are the exact type of people who we should be excited to permit to add businesses into our community. I met Jen in 2017 at the International at the prior location, and have been finding a seat at her bar ever since. Jen drew me and my friends in quickly with the casual and easygoing environment that makes anywhere she's bartending feel like a living room. Jen has made a space for me and my loved ones to gather with ease. She's deeply skilled at navigating and serving her audience, whether that be my 86-year-old grandparents venturing out for a drink, neighborhood friends catching up, or folks from out of town looking to feel like they get to be part of our neighborhood too. The last 8 years have given me the opportunity to witness how Jen operates within the bar. Jen cares deeply about being excellent and a respectful bartender, honoring the deep history of bar culture we have in the East Village, and supporting other neighborhood small businesses. A stop into the bar on one of her shifts will show you countless employees from the East Village businesses that all end their workdays with her. She has become an East Village institution, and giving her the opportunity to build her own business will only expand her positive impact. I've also had the opportunity to see the Immigrant shine as a cozy place to share a glass of wine. Jason has created a neighborhood staple while supporting other bartenders and small businesses across our community. Jason's experience as a bar owner will ensure the opening of the new space will be done with expertise, precision, and respectful regard for our community. I also had one of the worst first dates of my life at Jason's bar, but I will forgive him for that and not hold him accountable. Jen and Jason have a track record of building warm spaces that are respectful of their neighbors and allow all types of people within our community to gather. They have already demonstrated their competence with the spaces that are East Village institutions. These are the exact type of people I would love to see building businesses in our community. They live in the neighborhood, they honor the history of the East Village, and they will continue to add these types of spaces which make our sense of community stronger. I have complete trust in Jen and Jason and look forward to all the ways they continue to help our neighborhood flourish. We should all be advocating for businesses like Jen and Jason's.
Thank you. Next.
Mary King.
Well, I was just gonna say hi, I'm Mary King. Oops. Love a good microphone, thank you. And I've been a resident on St. Mark's Place between First and Second for 35 years. Everything that you said was right on. I'm like, everything that you said. Monica, is your name?
Katie.
Katie, yeah, oh, sorry. Martha, Sue. We'll talk later. But I couldn't agree more. And I've seen a lot of businesses come and go around our block and our corner. And I love the relationship that you guys have, the experience. Your lawyer is killing it. Just in terms of professionalism and getting in and out, it just, everything that's going on, it just really support as a small business and a combo of people within the community. So even with I absolutely hear concerns about that garden space and stuff like that in terms of neighbors and noise and the things that would typically come up. But I would not at all doubt that either one of you, anyone associated with your business, would allow anything that's going to disrupt those neighbors and things at that garden. I love a good garden too for our community. But we know how to act. I'll just speak for me. I know how to act. When I'm in a garden space, it's so lovely, especially in the spring, summer, fall. And I need those spaces more than I need to be in a street enclosure or a sidewalk or something like that. There's just something. And with everything that Kate's saying about the Immigrant and the combination of the experience of Jason and your warmth as well, Jason. I love the Immigrant. And Jen, as I know you, we share dogs and the dog run a lot. And there have been many times where there's conflicts. Dog owners are probably much like bar patrons in some ways, only worse, on their worst. And I'll just say that her reaction to people in circumstances where it's kind of temperamental and hot, they're not drunk, I always go way far over. She's calm, like, wow. And I really respect any issue that would come up, the community, the number of signatures, I think speaks for itself. So I wish you all the best and I'm all for it.
Thank you.
Barbara Thompson?
Have to go far. I'm actually Jen's immediate neighbor in the building, and about a month ago, we had to evacuate because of fire. And Jen guided us down like 5 flights on a fire escape, carrying her 40-pound dog. So if you talk about anybody who has responsibility and can guide people, it's Jen. And I know she'll keep the garden quiet because it faces us. So we do have her number and we can find her to that, but I think they'll be an excellent neighbor. I think they'll be an excellent addition to the neighborhood.
Thanks. Eileen Dostert?
Okay. Yes, I'm here to support Jen, and I think they should be granted a liquor license because I think this is exactly the kind of business we want in our neighborhood. It's not geared toward young rowdy types at all. It's a beautiful, thoughtful menu. These are people with an excellent track record. They're responsible in every way, and they're already putting their best foot forward and saying, yes, we're gonna close the garden at 10 o'clock at night. I think that's a very, very admirable thing to say. They're not saying, well, making kind of excuses or anything. I've been in conversation with Jen from the beginning of the vision of this beautiful place, and I think it is much needed and very, very different from all this sort of youth-orientated, sports-orientated, college types. I think that the wonderful intergenerational example that was given earlier is a wonderful testament to what they're trying to do here, and I really, really urge you to accept the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Teresa?
Hi, thank you guys for your service. Very much appreciated. I am a patron of Immigrant. I've known Jason. I've lived in my apartment for 11 years. My window is actually right above, directly above the courtyard, and I fully support them opening this area. I know, as eloquently expressed by Katie, I agree with everything she said. These guys are very respectful. I know that if there is a problem, it's just a text message away. And I also agree with creating that space, a beautiful space. I've actually been overlooking a completely disgusting, overgrown courtyard for the last, I don't know, like 3 years. And I know that these guys will make it really beautiful. I'm not concerned about noise specifically. When Paquitos was there, it wasn't noisy, but it smelled like onions all the time. And it made my apartment smell so horrible. And they walked me through the menu that they're going to have. And, there's no one else I'd actually rather take over that space than these guys. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, just briefly, Laura, I want to respond to your concerns about the yard. We greatly appreciate your concerns and your right to be here to express them. So a couple of numbers. The premises is 34 people, which is basically what we had earlier. I counted, it's 32 inside. There were 2 people in here more. And the yard is going to be 7 tables with 14 seats. It is going to close at 10. A lot of signatures.
That's the
Yeah.
rule.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's a standard, so that's not.
Fair. So a lot of the signatures that Jen got were directly in the immediate area there, and some of the people here tonight are in full understanding of the yard. So it's not a mystery, and a lot of people that sign those petitions support the yard. So I just wanted to express that to you. They are very good operators. They have a proven track record here. I think that's something to be taken into consideration.
Yes, I think I mentioned that I'm personally aware of that record and also that I hear.
That's it? Okay.
Can I just
Oh.
add something? I've been coming to these meetings on and off for years. Historically, all of you know, gardens present problems for everybody. I'm sure you're very wonderful people, but the nature of the physical space creates the problem. The noise goes up because that's how it works.
So,
Can I respond just to, sorry, go on.
yeah.
I'm so sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay, we just, we're getting. I don't, never mind.
Should we? Yeah, no, go ahead.
Sorry, just because I know that you weren't maybe familiar with this, so I wanted to just brief you. There was on our questionnaire, since the moment we looked at the space, I loved it, but all I wanted to do was be conscientious about your exact concerns. And we do want to create an awning and all sorts of measures that are specific to noise. We've already spoke with the sound engineer, an awning that can be retracted so that it's a beautiful garden for neighbors to look at when it's closed, and then also insulated for these noise reasons, and so that the noise is contained and it doesn't go up, because exactly what you said, noise goes up and it amplifies, and what we're doing is going to cover it so that it stays within. And we have a lot of measures for that. And just to speak to your other point, for the 9th Street ladies, for the Block Association, we did have them in the physical space and they were in the backyard with us, and we spoke about these measures and they looked at our plans, and so they are fully aware of that. I would never.
No one is suggesting.
Okay, sorry, I might have missed completely
What
understood.
I'm not aware of,
Understood.
that was unlicensed.
That's so.
That's what.
Oh, totally
Yeah.
missed.
So, and that's-
Sorry, I just
yes.
wanted you to know that
And
I
that's,
have them over.
that's
Thank
gonna
you.
be my issue, and I'm gonna point this out, is that it's an unlicensed location. And we struggle with this on a regular basis. If this was a licensed location, we probably would be done with this conversation and had voted already. That being said, you have been a very responsible business owner in the community for many years, and that also helps. So the problem is, our community or guidance, pretty much, it doesn't prohibit, but it says that if it's licensed, unlicensed location, we really have to take a harder look at that. Now, granted, I know this was previously licensed up until about 2018. However, our own guidance, including the state's guidance, if there's an intervening use, that location goes back to being unlicensed. So that's the one issue that I.
No, I hear you. When I walked by that area and I saw the application, I said, oh, not another one. But then, it's only my neighbor Mary, and it also has been not open, and like the garden, what you were saying, Katie, your point, it tried to be two other things. So I lean towards economic activity and adding another license just because it's them. And I haven't met you, but I've seen them they live around it. So I feel like if there's someone to make the exception, that's my thinking. So I would lean towards yes.
And, the other thing I will say that I've been, I went back, Paquitos had no complaints. Paquitos didn't have complaints about the backyard.
Because, right.
There's no one here tonight necessarily in opposition to this. Laura was in opposition in theory, but we're not hearing complaints about the location or the applicant.
No.
My, backyards, I agree,
Are
tend to be
notoriously a
issues,
problem.
notoriously a problem. But we got 2 neighbors who are literally on top of their backyards who are in support of this, and I think that goes a long way. If
Yeah.
there's, it would be pretty cruel to operate the backyard in an irresponsible way when people came out to speak on your behalf.
Oh, people do it.
We both live on the block also, I just wanted to add on 9th Street itself.
Do you live in the building that caught fire?
Yes,
So it hits you, that backyard. I mean, you can hear that back.
yes, I would be able to hear it. And these are my neighbors and,
So you overlook the
Family.
back court, or your apartment overlooks the back court.
it does not, I'm sorry, I'm a couple of buildings down.
Oh, good.
The building that caught fire a couple of, last month was what I asked, sorry.
Okay. Susan.
Yeah, I would just suggest, because what we're dealing with is a policy issue. And I would suggest for when we're looking, because I think we're gonna be looking at those. One, there's no complaints in the area. I think it's a commercial area that, when we say things are oversaturated, but I'm gonna say the oversaturated areas that I'm concerned about are the ones with complaints.
Right.
And there aren't complaints there. So the other thing is the reason, I don't know this, is the reason that it has been empty for so long a COVID issue or not?
No, Paquitos closed before COVID.
Okay, so.
And then-
yeah.
And then there was a vintage shop.
Yeah, was
So-
it the vintage first or was it smoke shop first?
Vintage, then
The
Yeah.
vintage, then.
So I'm just gonna suggest that when, I don't know how you think about it now, but when we look at policies, whether it's an area with complaints and whether it's a commercial.
No, and that's something that I was doing. That's why I had asked you, had there been complaints about Paquitos, and you said no. There were not complaints about the backyard at that point either.
Yeah, it's not like I'm gonna say Avenue A where there's complaints the whole way.
And the one thing I'll say, because I've been in the back garden when it was Paquitos, it's a closed court, like, there's buildings on all four sides. It's not one of the big problems we have are the courtyards that are open the entire block. That's where we tend, because noise on one travels very strangely down to the other. This is still a backyard space, but.
There's no complaints about the backyard.
Is there a means of egress?
That's
Yeah,
true.
what?
Is there a second means of egress?
They're approved.
It's approved, you guys still do the.
Yeah,
The letter of no objection.
with the yard, which is very rare to see, by the way.
Yes,
The yards
that's,
and-
because that's what I'm thinking about. Like I said, I've been in that backyard. I don't think there is a second means of egress.
Probably the two
Yeah.
stores.
So that's something we could deal with. Yeah.
Two stores.
It was approved by DEP
Okay.
for backyard use.
That's fine.
So I'm gonna say they approve things mistakenly all the time.
Yeah.
But I think, I don't think that should be a consideration
not.
here. I'm happy to, work with the residents if we. Pardon?
The two stores each have. The north and south store.
It could be, but I've been in it. Is there a second means though?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
So the SLA isn't gonna.
No, exactly. That's not an SLA issue.
Yeah, that's not.
It's a DOB issue.
Yeah, but regardless, and you have a letter of no objection, but, okay, so I think we've discussed enough personally,
What'd you say?
I was gonna say, I'm ready to vote if you guys are.
Yeah, me too.
Or you had a question, Michael?
No.
Oh. Okay, so we pull this in.
And you guys know that it goes to the general meeting, right?
Yeah.
Those, they're
Yeah.
not, you should bring
Yeah, I
these
mean,
people again.
So these were the stipulations that are gonna be on the screen that were part of your application that we'll be voting on.
So it's 1
So it's I, Jennifer Murphy, as qualified representative, and you haven't determined your corporate name yet, located at 143 First Avenue. I would be operating a full liquor license and will operate a tavern with less than a full kitchen, open and serving food during all hours of operation. The hours of operation would be Monday through Thursday, 4 p.m. to 1 a.m., Friday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m., Saturday, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m., Sunday, 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. The backyard will close at 10 p.m. all days. You will be using outdoor space though. And I think this is something where we need to revise this to clarify that you're planning, again, you're just planning on using the backyard space. You're not proposing on applying for any of the sidewalk or street seating.
No, who wants to sit there?
But again, the second part is still applies to you where you would close all outdoor seating at 10 p.m. That also applies if you were to apply in the future for any of the outdoor space as well. You aren't having security. Are you installing any soundproofing?
Yes,
You're-
we're working with the sound engineer at
Okay.
meetings with them.
So we'll say you will install soundproofing to ensure sound is not audible in neighboring apartments.
Yes, that's the plan.
You will close any doors. Are the windows fixed or are the windows operable at the front?
In the front of the space is just that door.
There's just a door. I didn't think those windows open. So you'll have a closed fixed facade. And you will, including the entrance door will close at 10 p.m. or when amplified sound or music is playing. That's the other thing you did. Are you planning on having DJs?
So it's just, we wanted to take that because it's not DJs per se, it's just like friends that would come and curate the background music. But I just want to make sure that.
So you're not having a DJ coming in, it's someone, just a playlist.
Yeah, and that's just friends that are, in the DJ realm, in the music realm, maybe.
But they're not standing there at a turntable.
No, not at
and
all, but I just
requesting
wanted to
anything else.
make sure and take DJ so that was clear.
So that's not, I mean, if it's just someone curating a playlist, we don't consider that a DJ.
Okay.
DJs are someone coming in with a table, a turntable,
Yeah.
a booth, and they're there
Just curating a playlist.
spinning, I was gonna say, yeah, that's where I was going, but yeah, so then that's not really considered DJs. We're gonna check off, you will not have DJs, but you are, I mean, a curated playlist with someone else is not a DJ, so.
That's fine.
You will not have DJs, you will not have live music, third-party promoted events, any event in which a cover fee is charged, or scheduled performances. So you will play ambient background recorded music only though. You're not gonna have entertainment level, your music is gonna be background.
Yes.
You will not apply for an alteration without coming before CB3. You will not participate in pub crawls or party buses, not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches with food. You will have a happy hour that will end by 7 p.m. You will not have wait lines. You will have a staff person responsible for ensuring noise, loitering, or sound crowds. Sorry, I will post the stipulation by my license. Residents may contact the owner manager at the number below, and it's Jennifer Murphy, 347-604-5132. I also feel like we need to I know you're closing the outdoor space at 10, but I think we need to just, because it is very unusual that we're approving an outdoor space, I think we need to say something in regards to 18. Yeah, for just an additional, because you mentioned you would have awnings, plantings, soundproofing.
Plantings, like a sustainable ground, my girlfriend's mother's actually, that's her job, and she's very excited to do that, and yeah.
How about no music?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
we
Yeah,
want to
and
do
there can't
that,
be-
and capping the tables to 4 people and.
Oh, yes, yeah, actually, that's what we should mention too. We should say.
No groups.
No groups.
Yeah, and the outdoor space, what you said, 7 tables, I think we put in your 7 tables, 14 seats.
Yeah.
Backyard would be, as we heard earlier, that was, that's an issue, so we want to make sure we specify not play music in, just say no music in backyard.
No more than 4 people per table.
So it's 7, you said 7 tables, 14 seats. 7 two tops or. I think, and should we mention, do we need to mention something about, I mean, I know they mentioned an awning. Are we second?
I would say soundproofing measures.
Just say soundproofing measures in the backyard. and
Sometimes
we'll-
you need special permits for those awnings. and
Exactly, so
that
that's
would
why I
be-
don't, so I think just say, will install soundproofing. Will utilize soundproofing measures in backyard to prevent disturbing adjacent apartments. Okay, anyone else, is everyone okay with that?
You say 11's not applicable because they already have a full liquor license.
Yeah, 11, I mean, there's no upgrade because you already have a full liquor license, so yeah, I guess. But even if it was checked, it doesn't really, you can't upgrade any further. Yet, give us time. Okay, committee, everyone okay with all those things?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second for the motion?
Second.
Michael seconded. Okay, we will move to a vote. Guillermo?
Yes.
Megan?
Yes.
Begrudgingly, yes. Michael? Yes. And again, that was not an indication on you.
I
It was
appreciate
simply
it. I understand.
the previous
That
location.
first applicant there.
You're welcome. Good luck in the general meeting.
Thank you.
To the main meeting.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah,
we gotta. Try to get Nick to stay around.
Yeah, in the multi-generational for sure.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, good luck. See you there. But you never know if it's like a soccer, right?
Two birds are in the yeah, just came to give Jen support. Oh, is that? Yeah.
Okay, so next we're gonna move on to number 3, motel notel.
All for that as well.
There's some hands raised.
Hotel.
Okay, so I'm gonna give a quick summary. And I know we do have some people, oh, actually, go ahead and promote Michael. Let's see there. Okay, there you go. Well, Michael.
Hello. Can you hear me, Clint?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to give a quick summary of this application. This is Alphabet Citigroup LLC doing business as Motel Notel, seeking an alteration to their full on-premises license with a request to add DJs and extend their hours to 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 3 a.m. Thursday through Saturday, and the premises located at 210 Avenue A between 13 and 14. This is an application establishment of 130 people, 21 tables, 84 seats. They have 14 seats at the bar, a full-service kitchen serving food during hours of operation. There are 17 on-premises licenses within 500 feet. Previously, this license was Steel Bar 180 Incorporated doing business as Percy's. They were approved for a transfer in 2010. There were a lot of problems for many years after that. Percy's closed in 2019. Their license was placed in safekeeping. There was then a subsequent application that was approved for this location. That location never actually opened and came to fruition. The current applicant purchased that business as a sale of assets, took over their current stipulations, which they have to this date. This applicant also came to us back in August with the same request. At that point, there was an issue with the neighbors, specifically the neighbors directly above. My understanding is they have worked with the neighbors and they have addressed the sound issues.
Can you ask Mike, what's the applicant's name on Zoom? Because I have like 9 people.
Oh, okay, great.
Never mind.
This is
crazy. Never mind.
Yeah, no, the applicant.
Great.
Yeah. So they addressed the issues. They did work with us, the community board, worked with the neighbor. They worked with Acoustalog, the sound engineer. They have soundproof, set a limiter, and my understanding is that those sound issues have been addressed. So hence they are now back here in front of us again. I think
For what?
they're requesting DJs and extension of the hours. They're already full, they have full liquor.
Yeah.
They're just requesting an extension of the hours to, they're currently 1 a.m. during the week, 2 a.m. on the weekends, correct?
It's gonna be, I don't know if I did much.
No, currently.
Yeah, 12 a.m.
Right, currently.
The sewer.
Sorry, so it's currently 12 o'clock midnight, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
And then Thursday.
It's Wednesday at 1 a.m.
Wednesday was 1.
Thursday, Friday,
Yeah,
Saturday.
I knew it
Yeah,
stepped up.
yeah.
So Sunday through Wednesday is 12 o'clock. Sunday through Tuesday is 12 o'clock, Wednesday is 1 o'clock, Thursday through Saturday is 2 o'clock.
Yeah, correct.
They're requesting an extension to 2 a.m., I'm sorry, 12 a.m. Sunday. Sorry, I'm looking at their current ones. I flipped over. They're requesting 2 a.m. through the week and 3 a.m. on the weekend is your request.
Yeah, exactly.
And to add DJs. Okay, so I think that's generally my summary. I will turn it over to the applicant or his attorney for any other comments or additions.
I think Mike is gonna jump on first, and then I might follow.
Sure.
That's okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for everyone for your time tonight. So I'm Mike Palutis. Obviously, you know Jack Crown, who's sitting there with you. The business has been open since August of 23, as Clint pointed out. One minor clarification. When we were here in August, we were here for a 4 a.m. license. So what we're asking for tonight is slightly less than what we asked for in August when we appeared. As Clint pointed out, as you didn't point out, but I'll point it out, when we initially served a 30-day notice last year in February, we were asked to withdraw that notice. And at the community's request, we did that and worked with Agnes, the upstairs neighbor, and as Clint pointed out, Acoustalog for those 6 months before we came back in August. You know, there were some concerns and about 311 calls. You asked us to tighten up our management of the business, give it some more time, come back, and that's why we're here. We're here with that tighter management in place. Just to kind of just to touch on that, what they've done, and Jack will elaborate in just a minute. But what they've done is implement the use of a daily manager report that either Jack or whoever is the manager on duty is required to complete at the end of every evening. And that manager report requires them to indicate in writing that the windows have been closed by 9 o'clock. And I think they are typically closed before that. I think typically around 8:30 or between 8 and 8:30, but always before 9. And that report also seeks an indication as to whether there's been any police activity, either inside or outside, anybody responding to the premises. They've also started using a designated security person to monitor the exterior for loiterers and have them disperse so that there aren't people hanging out in front of the establishment. That same person is responsible for making sure that the outdoor dining area is being managed in an appropriate way. It's my understanding Jack has been checking in with Agnes periodically every couple of weeks to make sure things are okay, and it's my understanding that she's indicated that they are. You heard earlier tonight, much earlier tonight, from Roseanne Tremecki, who's the other upstairs neighbor. You might recall she called in on a different application. She is also adjacent, but in a different location above this establishment. And she actually called in tonight to speak on behalf of the applicant. And I'll just remind everyone, it was actually Ms. Tremecki who, right after opening, was having some issues with an HVAC system that was rattling. And the applicant, at her request, replaced that system to the tune of $40,000. So, you know, they were responsive to her, and they've tried to be responsive to the other residents. We did reach out to the North Avenue A Neighborhood Association, also to the East Village Community Coalition. You know, they either declined the meeting or didn't respond. That's sort of where we were. They did collect petitions and support. Clint, I sent you a list earlier today with a number of them crossed out so that we focused them on the 2-block radius. I think there were 98 in total. I just want to emphasize that there are at least 6 people from the building here to speak on behalf of the applicant tonight. One of them is Megan Tarter, who's the president of the condo association in the building. And this isn't the first time that Megan Tarter has appeared here to speak on behalf of the applicant. She appeared during the initial application stage when they applied, at least once, maybe even twice. So this may be the fourth time. But she also appeared in August to speak on their behalf and support the application, and she's here again this evening for the same purpose. So, you know, the condo association in the building, which is obviously, you know, those are the people that are most directly impacted. They're here tonight to speak in support of the application. I'll remind the committee that you know, that the operator is trying to give back to the community. You know, they are donating 20 pizzas to a food drive every second Wednesday, operated by the Brain Food Restaurant. I know Jack met with them just last week to see what more he could do to get involved with their organization. They regularly host events for nonprofits where they donate a portion of proceeds to the nonprofit as a gesture. So, you know, we understand there were some concerns last time, and we're happy to answer questions tonight. Before we do that, I think Jack is eager to say hello and say a few words.
Thanks, Mike. And thanks everyone for the time tonight. I know it's going late, so I really appreciate it. And to everyone who's on the phone, on the Zoom, thank you for staying on. I did want to say a couple of things. One, I feel like this is somewhat of a continuation of the last meeting that we had in August, where we essentially said you have to come back in a couple of months and address these things that are outstanding, that are absolutely roadblocks. And I completely understand that, accepted it, understood it on the night and still understand it. I just feel like tonight we have successfully addressed those things absolutely appropriately, and we're kind of ready to move on. Regarding some of the noise thing, again, a couple of days afterwards, I reached out to parties who were not happy. Reached out to one of my neighbors who had phoned in an objection. I've now got a much better relationship with her, where she's verbally told me that the sound problems have all but gone away. We did identify that some of the sound problems were actually not later in the evenings when sound would necessarily be louder, but earlier in the evenings. And as a result, we immediately started closing the windows much earlier in the evening. This is back in August, September, when it was the perfect time to have the windows open. We had the last meeting. We immediately started doing it. We had management meetings with our manager there. There's one manager, and it was me, I'm usually in there most days, where we said this is the new protocol. We want to see a picture sent to us every night, 8:30, of when the windows are closed. We also put in a manager report at the end of the night, although it does discuss some just business-related items, it also discusses primarily any neighbor visits, any potential issues, anything like that, complaints. And we feel they've been massively, again, beneficial. The last time we were here with Alan from Acoustalog. He did a reading. He was basically able to exhibit that there was absolutely no sound pollution going upstairs on his reading at all, which was the stipulation that we originally signed prior to opening. We haven't done anything to change our sound. We have no ambitions to change our sound. We don't want to open the club. We just want it to be a bar. That's absolutely it. The volume at the moment is perfect for us. We don't want to change that. Like I said, I've been continually communicating with the parties last time who objected, and I feel like we're in, at the moment, hopefully, a much better place. We've spoken to all the neighbours. We feel like we've been doing everything we can to just check for any potential issues, anything like that. We've added an extra security personnel. Essentially, the security personnel is in charge of keeping absolute no noise outside at all times, whether it's people dining, whether it's anything. They make sure that all tables are quiet and make sure that no one outside is making any noise. Throughout the course of the evening, if there's people hovering outside before they come in, they get dispersed immediately by the extra security that we hired. At the end of the evening, when people leave all at once, because we close early, he immediately goes outside and disperses. That's the first thing they have to do, and they're trained to do that. They absolutely disrupt. So we have no one from our business coming outside and staying outside. They know to disperse immediately. Sorry, I'm just kind of nervous here. And I think also there'll be some neighbours potentially calling in today who didn't call on our prior meetings. I think that says a lot. We've been open for a while now. It's going pretty well. If they're calling in now, it's what they've seen us, they've got to know us. And I'd like to let them speak for themselves. Thank you very much for the time again.
Okay. So I think we're going to move to, I know there's people on Zoom with their hands up. Michael.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead, Lee.
Hi.
Hi. Go right ahead, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I live in the same complex as Motel No-Tel. I'm a longtime resident of the East Village. I've seen a lot of bars and restaurants come and go, and I feel like Motel No-Tel really has the formula for success in this neighborhood. The interior is fun and inviting. The staff is always friendly and professional, and they've been keeping the sidewalks clean every day. On top of that, the drinks and the food are consistently good. I have zero complaints at this time, and I support their request for later closing hours.
Okay, thank you, Lee. Next, we have Daniel.
Sorry, was Lee in the building? Who was it?
Yeah, she said she lives in the same complex buildings.
Hello, this is Daniel. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for letting me speak. And thank you, as always, for your continuing voluntary commitment to the city we all love. I'm a resident of Stuytown myself. I live at the corner of 14th and A on the outer edge, overlooking the doorstep of Motel No-Tel. My family have been on the Lower East Side since 1847. In just the past couple of generations, there are a lot of people in public service, nurses, New York City public school teachers, labor activists, cops, firemen, sanitation workers, and many of them in their younger years, including myself, were able to sustain our goals beyond the bar business by working as servers in bars and restaurants throughout New York. But rarely, in my case anyway, for owner operators as fundamentally decent and altruistic as my friend Jack Crown, who's sitting there in the room with you. When he first arrived in this city, I was fortunate to meet him very soon after, and he quickly became one of my favorite New Yorkers. Since then, since he had only just arrived here, he's been an active volunteer in service of the homeless community in our city, particularly in the Lower East Side. And as their numbers have grown, so is his commitment and so have his efforts, including some of the service that was mentioned earlier. And I wouldn't say that I'm a regular there. I've been through a few times since they've opened, but Jack's personal ethos and his character have clearly only served to foster that kind of a culture of civic responsibility in his staff. And there's some wonderful people working there, and I've seen some really responsible acts of stewardship. The bar business can be a crazy one. We all know that, but I've seen them turn away large groups of, people who were probably too inebriated to come in. Maybe they weren't, and they certainly would have been lucrative, but they took it upon themselves to make that decision anyway, which I saw as a great demonstration of the kind of conscience that they operate with. I've seen their doormen observe horrific abuse from passersby and not bat an eye. They're able to easily dispel ugly situations. I know I'm going over my time, and I'll wrap up with this. I know that I know that this neighborhood is inundated by bars and restaurants. I've been here a long time. But like I said, they're not all run or staffed by people as fundamentally decent and community minded as this one is. And these extra hours would certainly help their staff to get through their university fees, et cetera. And it would help them keep going. They're a wonderful place. They've been a great welcome addition to the community, and I fully support them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, before we go on to the next person, we have actually 11 more people to speak to this item. So I'm going to let you all speak, but I would like to request, I'm guessing most of you are probably in support. If you're supporting, you're talking about their character and their business and you support them. If you could summarize that up in less time than the 2 minutes, we would all really appreciate that because we still have a couple more items to get through tonight. So the next person we're going to call on is Megan Tanter? Tarter, I'm sorry.
Hello, board. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, my name is Megan Tarter. Thank you for letting me speak in support of Motel No-Tel's application this evening. My fellow neighbors and board members, Roseanne and Lee, spoke out of order tonight. My apologies, but I'll try to be quick because I know you have a long agenda. We've lived at 503 East 13th Street for over 12 years, and we've seen a number of attempts for successful businesses at 210 Avenue A. I've been a member of our condo board for over 5 years. I'm also a property owner in Midtown of a 55-unit rental property. I own my own property management company with over 15 buildings and 600 doors, 22 retail spaces. Essentially, I field residential complaints all day long. So I could speak tonight wearing any of those hats, but I really would just like to be the upstairs neighbor to Motel No-Tel and a mom to an 11-year-old son. And I want to tell you how much that we appreciate Motel as tenants in our retail space. They've been fantastic neighbors. Our condo owners and neighbors were all very fearful when another bar was trying to open its doors at 210 Avenue A. But in truth, we have been nothing but surprised and satisfied that these proprietors continue to be stand-up, proactive operators. They've made for kind, compassionate neighbors since they opened in August of 23. Not only do they keep the sidewalks clean and clear of homeless encampments, trash, and snow, they keep their patrons quiet. And Motel No-Tel adds to the charm of our corner and our neighborhood. And the respect is mutual. If residents in our condo have an issue, like a budding encampment, they are just a call away. And when they've had plumbing issues, they know that board and management are responsive. The motel operators are always precise with stipulations that I have seen. They are certain to have all outdoor seating guests inside before 10 p.m. And if you ask them their table count, they could tell you exactly. They follow the rules set for them by the community board. Motel No-Tel is not Percy's, and they shouldn't be held responsible for the sins of the father. We don't have the same loitering issues we had with other operators, and they care about the block and us as neighbors. If the board grants this request tonight, I have faith that Motel will follow the guidelines and any new stipulations set for them. And moreover, they will be receptive to feedback from our condo owners and their surrounding neighbors. This is not the first time this establishment has come before the community board. And as I stated in August, and I'm sure if granted the right to provide some live music a few nights a week and extend their hours, it would be a welcome addition to the neighborhood. These proprietors are amicable and receptive to dialogue. They understand they're part of our community, and we want them to succeed and remain open and thrive.
We're gonna cut you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We can't.
Okay, so from now on, I'm gonna let you speak, but when it hits 2 minutes, you're getting muted. I'm sorry, but we have to move on. So. Okay. Next, we have Sky Keating.
Hi, my name is Sky. I'm going to keep this short. I live on 13th Street. I am a neighbor. I'm a patron of Motel No-Tel, and most importantly, I am a friend of Jack Crown. I have worked in service. My family has owned restaurants my entire life, and I can tell you that he is such a responsible man with his business. I've never walked by there and not seen a bouncer or a security guard out front manning the door and keeping the sidewalks clean. I also have not seen tables out there past 8:30, and I know that they are running a wonderful bar with wonderful staff, and just wanted to be here since 6:45 to support my friend Jack Crown and his business.
Okay, thank you very much, Scott. Next, we have, I think, Shershawn.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, yes, so I'm a resident of the building attached to Motel, a ground floor resident. I'll make this very quick. The intersection at 13th and Avenue A has never been cleaner, brighter, and safer. It was pretty lousy for a long time, and I think that's because we have a nice business open now. So they're doing a great job keeping the sidewalks clean. There's always a guy outside cleaning up. They dispose of their trash properly. Like I said, I live on the ground floor. I've never, ever, ever heard any noise, any loitering. My dining room is right on the street, so they do a good job with the noise. And the first time I met Jack, a couple of months before he opened, last thing he did was he gave me his cell phone number and said, please give it to all your neighbors. If there's any issues ever, please get in touch with me directly. And he's always, he's made an effort to be a good neighbor to us. So I fully support him. And I think, we should let him expand his business. That's it.
Great. Thank you very much. Next, we have Stuart.
Hi there, everybody. I can only appreciate how tired everyone must be, having been there for so long. So I will try and do as my fellow neighbors have done and try to wrap this up as quickly as possible. I was asking myself if there was something I could add that had not been added. And I think that the one thing I would like to say is that I offer my perspective as a parent. I have a 9-year-old daughter and a 7-year-old son, and I would challenge any New Yorker to come to this neighborhood and to find one place that is as inviting to families as Motel No-Tel. I think that's the key thing for us. When a new place opened up, we kind of popped our heads in and we thought, oh, are they going to allow children in here? Are we going to be allowed to kind of hang out? And they opened their arms. They said, come on in. And now my kids, sometimes to my chagrin, like going there a little too much. And so they are literally on a first name basis with the staff. They all come over, they give them hugs and high fives. And they even invited my daughter to have her Girl Guide cookie sale. And they provided tables from the outdoor area, which they could have used for patronage that day. And they gave them to my daughter. And she sold out about 200 boxes of cookies in about 2 hours. So if that doesn't tell you what you need to know about these guys and about that business, I don't know what will. So I'll wrap it up there. And I would say it would be a shame for them to not be able to get what they're looking for, because especially when you compare them to all the other establishments that aren't even close to what they're doing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stuart. Rob. Next, we have Rob.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I'm the son of Mr. Roberto and Agnes Ong, the owner right above that establishment, Motel No-Tel. And I'm here to oppose the request to extend the business hours of Motel No-Tel and to incorporate a DJ. And on top of that, that may increase the noise level once again. And before I forget, I would like to thank you, Susan, for implementing that, pushing them to install that soundproofing. As of now, the issue previously of excessive noise has been resolved. I strongly believe that this new proposal would introduce a range of new problems, extending the hours and then incorporating a DJ. And it's not easy to have two old parents that with existing medical conditions and to be disturbed again. And my point here is that please deny their application. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Next we have Matthew.
Hey, how are you? Can you hear me?
We can, yes, please go ahead.
Hey, how are you? I'm gonna keep it short and quick. I'm born and raised in the East Village. I live in the establishment above Motel. I also work in the nightlife and service industry. They've gone above and beyond to make the neighborhood feel safe. During the pandemic, have felt uncomfortable. I've seen women unsafe that they can't even walk home. And since they've opened up, they've made this neighborhood feel safe, welcoming, comfortable. They have access to the community where they make sure that if there's any problems, they deal with it right away. Honestly, they're a part of this community. They're a staple now. And I think that they should be honor this application because they've earned it. They've have gone above and beyond than any other nightlife establishment in a 10 block, 20 block radius. They deserve this. They make me and my family feel safe. They make other patrons in the neighborhood feel safe to walk home at night. And that to me should be the #1 priority. This neighborhood is safer, better because of them, and they deserve this. And Jack makes all of this possible because he's interacting with the community. He is so proactive. He is responsible, and it would be a shame if you deny it just because seeing this neighborhood change, this has been one of the best things to this neighborhood in a long time. And I hope you guys see that, because feeling safe and comfortable in your neighborhood should be the most important thing. And they've helped us do that here. And I want that to continue. And they're doing a great job. And I know that they will ensure that there is no continued issues, whether it's a noise issue, anything like that.
You don't. Okay. Next. Mitch. Mitch,
Hi, how are you?
go ahead. We can hear you, please.
All right, so I live directly across the street from Motel Notel, and I have for 6 years. I've been on Avenue A for 10. I have 7 windows that face the outside of the motel, and you know, as far as noise goes, I don't hear anything. They always clean it up. You know, Jack, I've met Jack as soon as I walked over and checked out the new business opening up, and we became friends. My dog is a frequent patron there, as well as many other residents in the neighborhood, and also helped you to meet other residents in the neighborhood, which is nice. And I coach a Little League baseball team in Sci-Town, which Jack and his team sponsor. So I don't think there's a problem with, you know, letting them stay open an hour later, because they are an absolutely best thing to this block in a very long time. So I'll keep it sweet. I hope you guys approve this, and thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mitch. Angelica. Next, we have Angelica.
Hi, my name is Angelica. I live on 13th Street, less than a block away from Motel Notel. This is by far our favorite bar in the neighborhood for a few reasons. The first is because before this restaurant and bar was there, it was very bleak on that corner. I have a 2-year-old son, and we've been here since he was born. And I actually really wouldn't want to walk on that corner, but now that the bar and restaurant is there, they have their tables out, it feels very clean, it feels like there's a thriving business there, and it feels safe to walk past. So I really appreciate how they've done that for the block. And not only have they made the block feel safer, they're also just so warm and welcoming as far as the staff goes. It's, you know, we're regulars there. We enjoy going there primarily for the staff and just the way that they're able to make people feel really welcome and like it's a place where folks want to be. So I really hope that this extension will be granted to them. We really want them to thrive. We want them to stick around because it's our favorite bar and restaurant in the neighborhood, and it sounds like it's a lot of other people's as well.
Thank you, Angelica. Next, we have Clara. Clara, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Sorry. Thank you, guys. Sorry, my bad. I live right around the corner from Motel on 14th and B, so I go there quite a bit. It's definitely a neighborhood staple for me, and it's made me feel so very welcome. My friends and I always feel very safe there, and definitely very welcomed by the staff. They're very friendly. They've always been an absolute great addition to the community as well. And I'm in full support of them extending their hours. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Clara.
Is
that it?
That is it.
Okay, so then we have 2 people here in person. We have Dale Goodson.
I would like to take a nap with 15 minutes. Yeah, okay, first of all, I just want to start, a lot of good comments.
Sorry.
Horace first, go ahead.
He just wants you to use the mic.
Oh, yeah, it's on, I promise. Can you guys hear me now?
No, we can hear you. It's the people in there.
People at home.
Yes, the people at home.
Song in that case that I've been writing for a while. Okay, first, I'm just gonna start randomly here. A lot of people comment, families and that, oh, the neighborhood is much safer, the corner there, because of motel, no-tell. I worked in homeless outreach for 15 years, Port Authority, around the area. The neighborhood is better, that corner is better because the whole neighborhood is better. And I put a lot of that on the 9th precinct and their efforts in homeless outreach. Sure, they do a job, they keep eye in the corner. It was not a trash heap before they moved in. So I just want to make that clear as somebody who's been well aware of that corner and that bar since 1991 when I moved here. And back then the problem was, the major problem going on was Percy's Tavern. And the reason why all the stipulations are in place and the hours is because Percy's established a pattern of open doors, bands, loud crowds, and open windows for a long time. And I made a big effort to work with the community board and the 9th precinct to finally put these things in place in the stipulations that are in place. No live DJs and the 2 a.m. closing. And so my feeling is that because of their past history, when they first opened the bar and had a live band, all the doors and windows opens, and I hope I can speak a little longer as the main person.
You've got like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Go, finish up, please.
Okay, well, that's patently unfair because they're here tonight because the complaints and stuff.
So keep speaking, Dale, please don't argue.
Okay, got it. Okay, so I'm gonna speak to that then. So yeah, their whole history when they opened up, and Jack, they had a band. First, I went over, spoke to him and said, your stipulations say you're not supposed to have a live band, open doors, live music. He said at that time, I didn't know we had stipulations. And that's the way this establishment began, not knowing what was even in their own license. And it specifically said, no live DJs. And there's a reason for that because Percy's had live DJs, they had open bands, open doors, open windows for 12 years. Myself and other neighbors who have since moved away had to live with that, and I'm still there. And so it's great because now it's quieter and it's much better. To bring back now live DJs and as far as I'm concerned, they're looking to become more of a promoted kind of rock venue. With live DJs and things of that nature. And that's pushing it back to where it was, not improving the neighborhood. So I'm very wary of the whole idea of live DJs because the community board specifically put that in because of the issues that were going on for 12 years with Percy's Tavern.
Thank you, Dale.
Hi, so I just want to speak to when I first met the applicants. They presented themselves as seasoned hospitality professionals that I expected to keep the sidewalks clean, keep the rodents down, handle the garbage properly, et cetera, et cetera. Thanks to Susan, we worked through a misunderstanding about soundproofing work that they thought had been done when they purchased the business that hadn't been, but it did take some time. And that entire time, the upstairs residents were complaining on a nightly basis. It would get fixed temporarily and that would go back to being bad. So adding DJs, I can see why people are concerned about that idea. They're concerned that the music is going to get louder again. It may be a whole different story if it doesn't exceed the sound system now. It all goes through the same sound system. The limiters are working. If there's no disruption on the residents above, that's hard to argue with. The extended hours are an issue. The community board, the applicants knew what they were buying. They bought the assets of a business that had STIPs of 12 and 2. And so I don't see how them abiding by the stipulations and doing what they are supposed to do entitles them to an expansion of those hours at this point. I think that the only other point I'll make is leaving my head right now. But I'm sorry, I've lost it.
That's okay.
It's late.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Laura. Susan?
So I'm gonna weigh in also as someone who lives on Avenue A, although way down, there's two different issues. One, I have not gotten complaints about your business recently. And you have checked in, which I appreciate. Avenue A is a disaster. That's nothing before you, after you. Avenue A is a disaster all the way up and down. And I think the committee should take that into consideration. I mean, are we looking, I thought we were trying to reduce it. What's on the street, and this is people on the street, people going home, people screaming and yelling. Again, not necessarily yours, but they're part of it. So I just want to add that in for the committee. This is Avenue A. The other thing I need to ask you, because it's really upset me, what actions are you taking with homeless people? Two people mentioned that they call you when there's homeless. What are you doing?
The first thing I always do is talking. I've got experience with 6 different homeless shelters in New York City over the course of the last 10 years, including Living Water, Salvation Army, Berry Mission, Lafayette Mission, and St. Paul's House. I've worked with Hope for New York and New York Cares, and I have big plans in my future to do my own volunteer agency. I have ample experience working with people who are homeless. In that particular case, when I am met with something, I know that the first thing to do is to talk to someone. As a part of the neighborhood, as a part of the building now, I will kind of ask someone where they be and tell them that it's a requirement of mine as the owner of that business that they move along. We can't have people there.
I'm gonna stop you and ask you, please don't do that. We have homeless outreach dedicated to this area. They have case management. They can directly get homeless people, not into shelters, but into safe havens directly. It is, experience is fine, but we have people, you can let me know, you can call 311, they will respond within an hour. This is not a do-it-yourself thing, and you don't have access to the services that they offer. So I would ask you to please let the professionals do it. We have wonderful people in this area. The other thing I'm going to say is, even though it's a disaster with noise till 5 a.m. because people are leaving at 4, it is safe. It is not more safe or less safe because of your bar. Homeless people do not create safety problems. They get more problems with safety issues foisted on them. It is safe. It is, it's just, if people don't feel safe, maybe they should think about why they don't feel safe, and if there's an issue, we will work with them. I'm sorry I had to say that.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, so now we're gonna give Jack and Michael, sorry.
If I could just
chance to respond.
Yeah, quickly. And again, I appreciate it. I know it's going along. Dale, love you. Think you're fantastic. I really have to say.
Can I just say one thing? What is the public benefit?
Wait a second,
Of
he's in the
DJs.
middle of speaking. I'm
There's-
sorry.
Dale,
Yeah, but you had your chance, now he's responding.
The time that you said that you came down, that there was live music, and I said I didn't know my stipulations. It's not true. That never happened. I do remember the time that you came down. I remember I addressed it accordingly on the day by closing the windows and letting the manager know that that was the exact moment. Never has it happened since. It was one isolated instance, and there's no, like I said, love you as a person. Can't have you put words in my mouth and say that on the day I didn't know my stipulations. That never happened. I know the stipulations. They're everywhere in my apartment. And I appreciate the time. Masua, I appreciate the time too, and I appreciate all the concerns. And also, that's I appreciate what you said there about maybe having a different direction with homeless people.
Can I jump in real quick? You there?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure that we touch on the DJ and how that would be delivered in the space. I think it's really important because I heard Laura Sewell raise it. I think that it's important, right? We will stipulate that DJs will not bring so first of all, we'll stipulate that it will be vinyl only. So there won't be any. It's not going to be it's not gonna be a party DJ. It's gonna be vinyl only, first of all. And second of all, we're happy to stipulate that it will be delivered through the existing system, right? The operator system, which has the limiter on it, so that it cannot be any louder than the volume that's already being permitted in the space, which we heard from Robert Eng is not an issue at this point due to the extensive sound remediation that was done. So, I mean, Jack, I'm sorry to interrupt, Jack, and please get back to it. But I just wanted to focus for a minute on that because I do think that I want to be very clear that that is how that music will be delivered from the DJ who's playing vinyl only. They will not bring their own equipment in. It will not be permitted, and we'll stipulate to that.
And again, I'll try and make it brief. Yeah, thanks, Michael. The vinyl DJ thing is more specifically an aesthetic thing than anything. We have no intention at the moment of raising the volume of music or amplifying music or adding subwoofers or anything like that. That's not what we want. We don't want to open a nightclub or anything like that. We want to be a bar and restaurant where we can order food and the music is playing. I thank you for saying that there hasn't been any noise complaints recently. We do check with the 311 number we got from last time, constantly, and we do reach out to neighbours. And from what we've reached out and heard from the neighbours in the building upstairs, including Roseanne, who called in for the wrong agenda item today, is that there has been no problem with music. And that goes along with Alan Fierstein's consultation when he came here and said there was nothing audible about our current and future volume in any of the apartments upstairs when he did his reading based on your recommendation.
But I do want to say, because I was there for the walkthrough of that one, and what he said was, and you addressed this to a point, but he said, with those windows open, he said, even at this sound with the windows open will cause problem for neighboring buildings. You addressed that by saying you're closing early, but what he said was anytime the music is at that level, those windows should be closed. So he even said, if it's 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the music is this level, the window should be closed.
That's in the stipulations, isn't it?
Well, it is, but I mean, anytime, that's the standard thing. So. Yeah, but he said, but that was what he said during the report when we did the walkthrough. He specifically said, and I think he said it here at the meeting, was that, yes, but when those windows are open, even at this volume, will cause problem for adjacent buildings.
They shouldn't be open.
So they should.
When they came to the committee last time, what had we asked them to do? Meet with the neighbors and get soundproofing and
they did.
Okay.
Yes, and that's.
So you guys feel like they've addressed all the, at least the things that.
Yes, and they haven't had a 311 call since last year.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't think vinyl doesn't make any more or less noise than any other form of music. It
doesn't matter to me whether
it's just with the sound
digital,
system. Yeah, that it comes out of. I mean, I think the more important question to ask are there going to be limiters on the DJs, so they can't raise the bass, they can't, raise the volume past a certain level.
So I'm going to go through exactly the same system that Acoustalog engineered, so that we're still within those same decibel levels.
Somebody playing music on an iPad versus a DJ is that the DJ's got some level of control of changing the volume, changing the bass.
No, the limiter is still going to control, Megan. I believe that what's going to happen is it's going to be input into the system, and that limiter is on the other side of the system. So it will be limited in the same way as a system that's existing there today. So it will not be any louder than what is there today.
If I can say, I actually went up in the bedroom with the Acoustalog. We've spent a lot of time on this.
I was there
and so they were working with the limiters.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know as a bar owner myself, the amount of money that it costs to change an HVAC system for sound problems, the soundproofing is the most expensive. When people are like, oh, I'm going to put some foam up or whatever, I'm like, no, in 11th Street Bar, we've rebuilt a wall, like
this is done. I mean,
yeah, like, so it's incredibly expensive thing. I don't imagine that you'd want to screw up again,
No.
Yeah.
Susan.
Yeah, just, so I really believe that they're trying to do a good job. Just on Avenue A, just speaking only to ours and not to the DJ. I think consideration of the existing condition on Avenue A, regardless of who it is. It should be taken into consideration.
So I'm gonna echo that. I agree, the DJ, I mean, like I said, I was there in the bedroom with Al, with his ear to the floor, we were hearing if there was any sound. I mean, so on that note, I don't think if the DJ is being played through the existing system, it's gonna be the same existing sound level. I don't know that the DJ is an issue. However, what I do have to say is, and this was lucky or unlucky for you, you happen to be at the same meeting back in 2022 that Sugar Mouse was. So today, when I went back to watch the Sugar Mouse meeting to clarify a couple points that there was questions about, I thought, well, I'm already here, I'm gonna watch what they said. You know, you came in, you were also taking over the sale of assets from the previous stipulations, but you presented this as a neighborhood place, a restaurant, you even, not without specifically saying it, but you equated it to your experience at Corner Bistro, you wanted that kind of vibe, it was all that. And you know, maybe to a point you've done that, and I think what you've done it during the day, and that's why we have families, we have, you know, all these people supporting, and that's great. But I think what I'm trying to figure out in my head is, so now that we're doing that, adding a DJ, extending the hours till 3 a.m., how is that? I feel like that's changing what you presented originally.
Exactly.
And that's a little bit of my concern, along with what Susan was saying, and that, again, at this point, even though I feel like it might be changed a little bit, I don't necessarily have a strong feeling about the DJ. You're keeping it at the sound level, I think we can move on from that. But to tag on to what Susan said, whether it was you, whether it's Daniel Balloud coming in, I don't know that we have tried for years to claw back what was going on in Avenue A. And we have it at a point where it's tolerable now.
No, it's not. It is not.
I mean, it's much better. Put it that way. Like it's better than what it was for years. So I'm struggling with the fact of an extension of hours. The other things, the DJ, I mean, that's really all the other thing is, but I just don't know how I feel about any kind of extension of hours for anyone on Avenue A.
Clint, to go back to that initial 2022 meeting, because I was there, I presented twice, actually. I think we made 2 appearances. I don't know if it was the first appearance or the second or both, I can't recall, but we definitely asked for 4 a.m. 7 nights a week when we first presented to you.
You did. You asked for the.
So my only point in saying that is that there was no intention to mislead anyone in terms of what they were doing. They asked for those late hours from the outset. That's all. That's my only point. So it was not, you know, they were transparent then that they wanted the late hours. I understand they didn't get them. I understand they agreed to earlier hours. I appreciate that. And they came back in August and again asked for a 4 a.m. closing, which they've now kind of brought back a little bit so they're really asking for that extra hour, you know, on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights. And so, you know, with the idea that the DJ is going to be, with the fact that the DJ is going to be subject to the same limitations that are imposed by the existing system, and the fact that, you know, we're asking for this 1 more hour, which is still less than what we asked for initially. I mean, they're really trying to make it, and they're working hard to survive, and they are surviving now, but barely, and they need a little extra time, and that's what they're here asking for. I really, given the work that's been done, I'd ask that you consider it.
Percy's was still
12 on a Wednesday, they're closing at 12 on Wednesday night.
It's at 12 Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. 1 o'clock Wednesday, 2 o'clock Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
They took a lesson of least.
Yeah, I know.
It was a 2 a.m.
Well, this was the applicant after Percy's actually that was approved with those hours.
So it was the last license
hour,
over
yeah.
was at 2 a.m. and there has been an effort to try to mitigate the late night noise issues.
Because what I'm going to say is, your place may be perfect, but it's still all of those people coming into the neighborhood, coming to Avenue A, coming to those other places and coming there later at night. So it's not even that it's not any one of them that is misbehaving. It's not anything that your place is doing or the next place, or everyone could be behaving perfectly, but it's the sheer volume of people that are coming to the area and coming to the area later at night and then leaving later at night. So that is causing an issue.
It's tough because it seems like they're really operating as responsible.
I'm
People
not. I agree with you
outside, making
100%.
people like this
Yeah.
disperse as soon as they get out. I'm not opposed to an extension of hours. I mean, closing at 12, I don't know. I still don't think that 3 a.m. is 3 a.m. is still closing an hour, a full hour before everybody else is. You know I say it and people don't believe me, but there's less people leaving a bar at 3 a.m. than there is at 2 a.m. There's way less people leaving a bar at 4 a.m. than there is at 2 a.m. But come sit in my bedroom.
Just one other point that hasn't been discussed here either. This venue is by far the largest venue on the block and for several blocks around. And that has to be kept in mind because that's a lot more people, a lot later, and coming for an atmosphere that they promote to be emphasizing music. That's what the DJ is all about. So please keep that in mind. This is a big corner space and a volume of people that is not matched anywhere else on the block, on my block and farther south.
And again, I appreciate that, Dale. Regarding what you're saying about the restaurant and the late night, it may potentially have misrepresented themselves. As Michael said, we have always said it before.
Oh, no, let me correct myself. I didn't say you misrepresented yourself, but what you were presenting and what you're doing during the day, I think is what you presented. But now, none of these people with their kids are bringing their kids in there at 3 a.m. It's a very different crowd that's coming. I've been in your place at 2 o'clock. I've been there almost when you were closing. It's packed. And that's good for you. I'm not saying that, but I'm just, as Dale said, it is, to fact that it is a large space and it's just bringing those people, because the people that are supporting you, they're probably, most of them, some of them might, but most of them aren't out at 3 a.m. So it's people coming in from other places and then they're leaving, and that's adding to those crowds on the street. That's my only concern. And this has nothing to do with you. I think you are doing a good job. But
I'm going to try and say nothing else after this. I do appreciate everywhere pretty much I've worked in New York has been somewhere that has served food right up until the close. And that is something that we have said from the outside. We are absolutely willing to stipulate that we have a kitchen open till 45 minutes prior to us closing. And if it did make a change. The people that called in today were only people that I personally, who was doing the research, live either in the building or across the road. They were the only people that I was looking for, because maybe foolishly I thought that they would be the best.
No, and that's good. They were, yeah.
And I also think they should have
precedent.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm going to finish this, so I'm not going to jump in again.
Okay. So,
I know we hear a lot from Avenue A folks, with complaints about bars, but there's also a lot of people living on Avenue A that are supportive of having this place, and we can't.
The economic activity, like
we can't rule them out. We can't rule them out either.
So this is actually a really big issue that we've been discussing at exec. It generally doesn't happen in this committee, but it does happen in transportation. And it's when voting, taking into consideration community issues. There's a lot of young people that have moved here. And they move here often temporarily, because we could see that in the demographics, because they want to party and they want to have a good time. And that's fine. We also, again, look at the whole city, have number one, we're always in number one and number two of the 59 boards in complaints. We look at Avenue A, it's complaints. You know, you can have a good thing and then you can have too much of a good thing. And, you know, generally if someone goes, you know, goes into a space that's been 4 AM, particularly on a more commercial area, they get a 4 AM. Generally, we don't like to expand something that's gonna have a negative effect late at night. The problem is not the bars, the problem isn't that we have bars. The problem is that we have late night noise, and how do you deal with that and mitigate it? To take a place that had a 2 AM because we're supported a place that closed earlier, that's why we have administrative approvals to try and use the carrot to get people to close early. It's not that we don't want the businesses, we don't want late night noise. I'm gonna say people are screaming on the streets, and yes, people support, a lot of them are young people that come here to go to bars, and they have plenty of bars to go to. And again, we should think about, and we're going to be looking at policies. We should look about where we want them, where we want to encourage them. I would say Third Avenue is an area, commercial area of Bowery where we want to encourage them. And like we just said in First Avenue, it didn't have a license before, but there's no complaints there. And look at that as opposed to not whether he's a nice guy and a good operator, which I'm glad he is, all of that, but look at the community situation there. The community situation is horrible. And, you know, what is the board about? That's what I would say.
Regarding any future contribution we have, you did tell us in August there were 2 really big outstanding things that were going to act as roadblocks to stop us from ever getting approval. I've dedicated every hour.
It's not you. It's not you.
I understand, but surely this should show you any potential contributing factor that we have to anything negative in the community. You understand we're committed.
It's the number of.
Your success is what's causing, like, it's a double-edged sword. We want you to do well, but at the same time, you doing well means a lot of people coming in.
Yes,
that's what we have to try to balance, and that's what we struggle with constantly.
Exactly, balance. Balance is, I'm gonna say, the whole thing. And if we give you a 3 AM, we should give everyone else a 3 AM, and then we're back to where when Clint said it's a little better. That upper area, you got a few, you know, other businesses there that are not, so it's a more varied retail. That's not true all over. It's the area.
Okay, so
is there a compromise with the hours or anything? Because I really appreciate that they were here last year and they did everything we asked them to do in good faith. They did what we asked them to do, you know. Some of the community members that spoke out against before spoke, you know, speaking out in favor now.
So what are you saying?
I don't know. I want to meet them and meet them there. And I don't know. I know the late hours, and I don't. But when she said about the community being horrible now, that's really that's weighing heavily on me.
But if you notice, what we've been having a lot lately is we're getting a lot of upgrades and extension of hours.
Yes.
That seems to be what all of the businesses are, not all, but a lot of businesses are coming in for.
It's a trend.
And again, I think one, it's a financial thing, they're struggling, or some of them are struggling, and they're trying to keep their business afloat, and I get that. But then that puts us back where we were.
There are people out because of this. I mean, I have people in my building that have moved out because of this. They're not here talking to you.
So you started something like that.
I don't know. That's all I had. I'm
struggling.
Yeah, it is.
If you could.
Originally, I was going to just say yes.
So let's take this one at a time. Does anyone have an issue with adding the DJ?
I don't, as long as it's.
They're going through the existing sound system. The existing limiter.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're good. We moved on from that. So the next question is the hours. I know, Megan, you said you would be in support of the extension.
Yeah, I mean, I would be in support of the extension. I mean, usually I would say adding adding the doorman outside. I mean, maybe it's an extension on on just Saturday night or something instead of Friday night or.
I think I know that they'd be flexible on the earlier, the hours earlier in the week. So maybe we can see our way to some compromise there. Right, so they're asking for, I guess, they're looking for 2 a.m. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If as a meeting point, perhaps, if the committee can see its way to the 3 a.m. on the weekends, we can, work with the hours on Tuesday and Monday and Tuesday, or Monday, Tuesday, to give some, to try to meet in the middle somewhere. Is that something that might be palatable?
I'm going to say that for people living on Avenue A, extending hours beyond midnight during the week. I mean, people got to get up and go to work the next day. We can't sleep. I'm telling you, we cannot sleep. It's also the cabs. It's one of the highest cab pickups in the city. It's not just that he's a good operator. It's all those other things. It's almost like when you do city planning and zoning. That's the kind of issue it is. It brings in a lot more cars when you look out the window. It's a steady stream of cars and horn honking. This is not about him being a great guy. It is what it is. It is overwhelming.
And what I'm going to add to that is, and this again isn't a criticism of you, but you haven't been here for 10 years and you're extending your hours. You took the space knowing what you were buying. You had those hours of what the previous applicant had when you came in, and it's been, you've now been a year and a half or so, and again, that's not a criticism of you, because I appreciate, you're a good operator, you're trying to extend your hours and add to it, so.
But is there any extension of hours that you feel comfortable with, like the weekends or?
There's a reason the SLA supports us on these things, because they understand. When we even have the SLA understanding, it kind of shows that it's a problem area.
I will say that this is again, second time in 6 months, and we've absolutely addressed it. We've done the things that you asked us to do last time. Anything else that you want?
That was just to make you in compliance with what you were already doing and not causing a problem. My fear is, extending this is adding to the people, and that's unfortunately nothing you can do. You want the people to come, you want to be busy, but if you're busy, that causes more people. So I don't know what the answer to that is. I wish you could just, beam them up so that they were immediately transported back home, and they weren't.
We worked with you to resolve the problems, and that was very successful, and that's great. And we no longer call you and say there's complaints.
Thank you again.
And, I'm
proposing?
going to say we worked hard to, with you to do that. It's not that we're against them or we want to hurt them in any way. We put in a lot of effort to get it to this place.
We'll let them have the late nights on
Saturday.
Saturday. Would that be?
What is it? I didn't hear.
Keep the hours weeknights, keep it to midnight on the weeknights, and then let them have 3 Thursday through Saturday. Is that? I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just trying to move us forward.
I would be supportive of 3 on Friday and Saturday.
What happens if we don't reach, if we are tied?
Then it goes to the full board.
Okay.
I don't want that.
We don't want that. Look how that
I think the
happens.
support will support, I think the full board would support it. Support the, not late hours, to be honest.
Last time a lot of folks came out, I thought it was a good moment.
It was a very different thing.
It was a different.
I'm traumatized by that moment.
Yeah, we are.
We all kind of split.
What's your thought on that, Guillermo?
I think that because of where there's something idiosyncratic about the after the party's over of the lingering and the waiting for the cars and the non-accessible, or like the crowd does not immediately, melt into the city. I feel like it's a pocket, it's like a cluster that stays around the area, like a swarm of bees, unlike other destinations where they can kind of dissipate. So that's why I hear the residents on the lake.
Yeah.
So now it's like a therapy. Now that I'm talking about it, I would not be comfortable with the 3, adding that 3. That's where I'm at, just so you guys know.
So you're not comfortable?
I'm okay with the DJ, not with the 3, yes.
So I guess I would be comfortable with 3 Friday, Saturday. Do it. So is there, does someone want to make a motion and we can go for there, because we're kind of split now, I think.
I make a motion to do 12 o'clock Monday, Tuesday, 1
Thursday, which is what it is now. Or no, it's, yeah, 12, it's now.
1, keep it there as, Wednesday and Thursday. And 3 Friday and Saturday.
Okay, so Megan's made a motion to 12 Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
What's Sunday?
Sunday is 12. Sunday you're currently at 12.
Yeah.
So it'd be 12 Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 1, which is what they are existing on
You
Thursday.
know what? No, I take it back. 12, to me at least, 12 is just like hanging somebody by the noose. Like there's no point. If it's a bar, it's a bar. You don't close that bar at 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Well, that's what he has currently though. That's.
I know.
Okay.
That's when you close a restaurant.
Yeah. I would say, 1 o'clock Sunday through Wednesday, 2 o'clock Thursday, 3 o'clock Friday and Saturday.
I can second that.
Okay. So I guess is there a second? So I guess we'll move to a vote. Guillermo?
No.
Megan?
Yes.
Yes. I'm gonna vote no.
Yes.
Okay.
I
So
don't want to send this do we have to send it to full board then?
it's split.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so this goes to the full board on a split, is that? I'm having a hard time hearing Megan, so.
I guess it's gonna go to the full board because it's 2 for, 2 against.
And what's the date on that?
Next Monday.
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, I'm sorry.
And will we be given an opportunity to speak, or is it a closed hearing?
4 people per side,
You can-
2 minutes each, and it's really 2 minutes.
You can speak at the public session at the beginning.
Yeah, at 6:30. 4 people, it's all on our website. It's 4 people per
I'll look
side.
at it. Thank you.
So to sign up, you can speak at the beginning. Should I pull up the steps? Or-
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay. The steps will have to go to them, so the steps will have to go to the board. Okay, you bump that up a little bit.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Thanks, Jim.
Can you see, do you want to pick up the computer?
No, I can see it from here.
Wow.
Okay, so I, Jack Crown, is representative of Alphabet City Group, located at 210 Avenue A. Agrees to the following stipulations. My license would be a full liquor. I will operate a full service restaurant, specifically an American restaurant with kitchen open to serving food during all hours of operation. Hours of operation will be what's the first one? Indoor. Oh, indoor. That's what it was saying.
Indoors, yeah.
Indoors Monday through Thursday, 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Friday. No, actually, that's not what you voted on. It was 1 a.m. Monday through Wednesday, wasn't it?
I think it was Sunday to Wednesday till 1.
1 a.m. Thursday was 2 a.m., which is
okay.
Right. Thursday 2, and then Friday, Saturday 3.
Currently, and then Friday and Saturday was 3.
Okay.
So it'll be Sunday through Wednesday 1, Thursday 2, Friday and Saturday 3.
But they open a little earlier on, so you gotta pull Sunday out, Clint, because they open earlier on Sunday.
Yes. Saturday and Sunday they open at 11 a.m. Okay. You will close all outdoor dining allowed under the temporary outdoor restaurant program or permanent outdoor restaurant program by 10 p.m. You will employ doorman security personnel 2 during busy periods. You will install soundproofing to ensure sound is inaudible, which is already done. You will close all doors and windows facade at 10 p.m. or when amplified sound is playing. You will have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events. Any event in which cover fee is charged. You will not have scheduled performances. What we need to put in there, and you will have no more than 12 parties per year. We need to add in there the stipulation when you were approved originally, the live music was specified as acoustic. We're gonna put that same stipulation in on this one. It's not up there now. I will look it up from what the last stipulation was and make that.
That's fine, Clint, that's fine.
So we don't have that, I forget what the exact wording was, but I'll put that in.
Yep, I have it here, but you can put it in later when you send it to me.
So we'll do that exactly as it was, and then, so it's not gonna be on background recorded music only. You will not apply for an alteration or coming to CV3. Uncheck the change of class with their full liquor. You will not participate in crawls or party buses, will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. You will have a happy hour and will end by 8 o'clock. You will not have wait lines outside. You will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no noise or crowds. You will post a stipulation by your license and residents may contact the owner at the number below. Jack Crown, 347-703-6924.
And can you just go back up to the hours real quick? Because I think we've got Sunday on there twice.
Is it on?
I think it should be Sunday,
11 to 1, right?
Yeah, so take off that.
Yeah, I'll just change it to Monday.
Yeah.
Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be Monday.
4 to 1. Thursday, 4 to 2. Friday, 4 to 3. Saturday, 11 to 3. Sunday, 11 to 1.
Jack, is that right? That's what we just talked about, correct?
That's correct. Thanks, Mike.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Okay. We still have 2 more items.
Oh. Nobody's gonna come for a week because of that.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, very much for your time. We'll see you next week.
Michael, so what we're gonna do, just to be prepared, we'll do the stipulations, we'll send those to you, get them signed and back, because since it's split, the full board will make the decision. It still may be denied at the full board, but it also may be approved and we need the stipulation signed to be able to send on.
Jack will drop it off at the board office, or I'll email it to Edwin, one or the other, okay?
Perfect.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a nice
Thank
day.
Thank you.
We done?
You bet.
Guys, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Jack.
Thanks.
No, it's necessary, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Next, we have 2 more. I don't think either of them should be too bad. We have Miyama Cafe and Restaurant, 78 Second Avenue. Applicant here for this?
Yeah.
Is there anyone left on the?
There's some hands raised, but if someone's just close.
I guess it's a rain.
Please raise your hand. Promote, I mean, let's see if, I'm just looking up now to see what the applicant's name was, because I don't remember on this one.
It was. I forget the name.
Let me get the application up just to see.
There's on the east or the west side?
Definitely east side. Used to be a Bank of America here.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, but it was formerly Nomad, is what it was.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just trying to see. So the applicants.
So we have 2 applicants.
Are you the applicants? No.
Yes, yes, and I'm the attorney.
Okay, perfect. That's.
She's the applicant.
Okay, so the applicant and attorney, thank you. So I'm gonna give, okay, now that we got that settled, I'm gonna give a quick little introduction or summary, and then we'll hand it over to you for any additions, corrections. So Miyama LLC, doing business as Miyama Cafe Restaurant, is seeking a wine and beer license in the premises located at 78 Second Avenue between East Fourth and East Fifth Street. It's an application for an establishment up to 74 people, 26 tables, 63 seats, including a stand-up bar, full kitchen, food prep area, serving food during all hours of operation. One small TV at the bar, live acoustic music and streaming music at background levels. There are 57 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. 2 houses of worship within 100 feet. Iglesia Evangelica Hispanica at 76 Second Avenue and Iglesia de Segundo Avenida at 56 Second Avenue. This location was previously licensed for the sale of beer and wine for a restaurant named Nomad, which operated from 2006 to 22. The applicant has held a license for the sale of alcohol, or has never held a license for the sale of alcohol, nor has operated an establishment within Community Ward 3, but has restaurant experience. 17 residents within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor. They're proposing hours of opening no later than 11 a.m., closing by 11 p.m. all days. They will close all outdoor dining by 10 p.m. The only question we had, you checked both for closed front and rear facade doors and windows, or have a closed fixed facade. I think the windows, it opened at Nomad fully, right? They were like full French doors. Are you keeping?
Yes.
Are you keeping that facade?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so then it would be, we'll close all doors and windows at 10 p.m. and we'll uncheck the closed fixed facade box.
Yes.
And then just as clarification, you will play live acoustic music. So I think we just need, so the reason you're here, it's a beer and wine, you're closing 11. Normally this would have been administratively approved, but you're asking for the live music. So that is why we're here. So we need to just hear in a second a little bit more about what you're proposing for the live acoustic music. And otherwise, everything else is standard. They will not have party cars and pub buses. Anyways, you know what I said. You know what I mean. Pub crawls and buses, happy hours until 6, and everything else. Okay, so I'm going to hand it over to you for any.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing about why we're here as opposed to taking the stipulation besides the live music is that there is a backyard that they're not planning to do anything with now. But I know under your stipulations, that would mean that there would be never a backyard. There is a backyard. I believe that the previous Bistro Nomad used the backyard. There's been some Department of Buildings plans approving the backyard. So that's why we came, because we didn't want to eliminate that from anything in the future.
Well, and we would appreciate that, but just so you know, even the administrative approvals, that's not permanent forever. We have lots of people come on a regular basis for changing that, but we appreciate that you came here for that. So thank you. And thank you for staying till 10. So,
we didn't expect that, but okay.
So that being said, is there anything that you need to, other than, thank you for the backyard, anything else that you need to clarify about what I summarized? And then if not, could you just tell us a little bit about what you want or you're requesting for the acoustic music?
Kathleen, do you want to speak or should I?
No, you tell them what you want for I know you want acoustic guitar music, but why don't you just explain it better?
Yes. So initially we're thinking of background music, like ambience music, which is going to be pretty low so people can talk still. It's just going to be like a background. We were thinking to have like, not every night, but like sometime maybe in summer to have a live musician playing guitar, but also it's not going to be anything loud. It's going to be contained in one room, not outside, and that's going to be like not on regular basis, maybe like once a week or so, or once every other week, but that's all just theory. Like
and it would be acoustic guitar, it would not be an amplified guitar.
Yes, not amplified, just an acoustic.
Okay, I mean, I don't think any of us have any issues with that. So you're basically saying simply like a guitar, one player, one musician, that's what I was saying.
Yes, yes.
Acoustic music once, you said once during a week, once or twice during a week is what you're asking for.
Yeah, like maybe once a week on the weekend, once every other week, depends. It's not going to be on regular basis, not on every night.
Okay, Susan just had,
Yeah, no, I think you should be a little bit more specific about the
Well, yeah.
instruments because we
no, we'll
have
get,
drums.
we'll get,
We have
yes.
drums.
Yes,
that
we'll
are
get,
stick.
I was gonna get there, but just starting off with. So that's the one thing, what Susan mentioned was that, you know, we would specify, you know, it would be, and it would, you know, we wouldn't necessarily say it would have to be guitar, but the things we've had issues with, you know, drums, brass musicians can be very loud and can be disturbing, so that's, you
No
So-
drums.
it would be a single musician, and we could stipulate a string or vocalist, and actually, I'm sorry, I'm putting words in your mouth. You weren't even saying vocalist, but
But that's nice. It would really be a string guitar without it, just acoustic, without any amplification. That's really the best.
we'll just say a string, you know, a guitar, a single guitar player, unamplified.
Yeah, actually, that's perfect.
And then you were saying, well, one time a week, is that what you're asking for?
We're thinking like maybe Friday, Saturday nights, but not every night. Like we're not sure yet, like how it's gonna go.
I don't think any of us, I'm not gonna speak, but I don't think anyone has a problem. We say 2 nights a week.
Yeah,
I think
2 nights a week. Let's yeah.
Most 2 nights a week. Right.
2 times a week that way, because I think your hours, yeah, you're opening at 11 a.m. all days. If you want to have, I think if you wanted to have it during the day, on a weekend or something, whatever. So I think instead of saying nights, we'll just say twice, no more than twice a week.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just want to point out one thing. On Saturday and Sunday, they are opening at 10. Okay, I just wanted to point that out. It's 11 Monday through Friday, Saturday, Sunday at 10 a.m.
No later than 11 a.m.
Yeah, but yeah, so it's basically like, I think if you may have heard earlier, our hours are basically later than 11 a.m. So why don't, are you comfortable just putting 11 a.m. all days, and you can open 10 a.m. on the weekends or 10 a.m. all days if you want?
If that's not gonna be a problem, sure.
No, you can open earlier, just not. So we'll just say 11 all days, and then if you want to open on your weekends or during the week, that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
And that way also, if you see you're not getting business at 10 and you don't want to open to 11, you're protected in this case.
Thank you. Yes, sounds good.
Okay, so I think Megan just stepped away for a second, but does anyone else have any other questions about this item? I think it's, you know, pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
11 p.m. closing every night. We, you know, can't ask for, those are the things we ask for all the time, so.
Maybe we want to move Jeff away.
Yeah, yeah, maybe you want to put Avenue A.
No Avenue A.
Yeah. Anyways, that was a joke, sorry. Okay.
This is what we want.
So I think we're gonna go ahead and put the stipulations up, and we're just gonna go through those. This is what we'll be voting on, just so that we're all on the same page. So it will be it's Mariami.
Yes.
And I'm gonna probably mull your last name, but it's Lalashvili.
Laliashvili.
Okay. As a qualified representative of Miyama LLC at 78 Second Avenue, my license will be a wine and beer license. I will operate a full-service restaurant, specifically a Georgian restaurant, with kitchen and open serving food during all hours of operation. All hours of operation will be all days, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. You will close out. So I think this is probably why you checked off the outdoor space. You checked off you will close all outdoor dining at 10 p.m. We'll leave that, we're gonna leave that, I guess, if you are proposing possibly in the future. So we're just gonna say you'll close all outdoor dining by 10 p.m.
Okay.
You're not, it's a restaurant, you're not having doorman security. I assume, I don't think there were ever any issues with Nomad, were there?
No, including the backyard.
Including the backyard. But so, I mean, I assume there's soundproofing already installed, so we're not gonna say you need to install additional soundproofing. You will close any front doors and windows at 10 p.m. Uncheck the closed fixed facade because they don't have that. So you will not have DJs, you will have live music, but no third-party promoted events, any event which a cover fee is charged, or scheduled performances. You will only have live acoustic unamplified solo guitar performances 2 times a week. You will not apply for an alteration without coming to CV3. You will not seek a change in class without coming to CV3. You will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. You will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. You will have a happy hour that ends by 6 p.m. You will not have wait lines. You will have a staff responsible for ensuring no loitering, crowds, or noise. You'll post this by your license, and residents may contact the owner or manager at the number below, and it's Mariami Lashashavali at 646-591-1921. Everything correct on there that we just discussed?
Yes. No corrections.
Okay, so we're gonna move to a vote. Guillermo? Megan?
Yes.
Clint, yes. Michael?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. The office will be sending you out these stipulations within the next day with instructions on to get them back to the office by Friday. Friday at noon, and sign, notarized, and then you'll be set.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks for your patience and waiting till 10:30.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
I do love that everyone was very concerned earlier at like 8:30 how late it was going. You're like, oh.
It's always
There was 2 items in 2 hours.
It was.
Oh, my goodness.
it's always the meetings you think you're gonna go quick.
I
It's a
know.
sneak
I know.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, we have one more item, so let's get to
Is
this.
this Momofuku?
Momofuku. Okay, so I'm gonna give a quick summary here. Momofuku, 171 First Avenue, doing business as Momofuku Noodle Bar, is seeking to upgrade the liquor license from wine and beer to a full on-premises license. It's an application for establishment up to 74 people, 5 tables, 67 seats with a ramen bar, full kitchen, serving food during all of operation, live music and DJs playing at background level. There are 20 on-premises licenses within 500 feet and 1 house of worship within 200 feet, the Islamic Council of America, is that considered?
How do they get a full upgrade?
Well, that's what they're asking for, is a full upgrade,
You just said there's a
but there's a house of worship
within 200.
within 200 feet, and I missed this when I read it.
And it is a full time.
It is a full-time house of worship.
Which one is that
It's
one?
currently closed for
It's a
renovation.
mosque.
The
Yeah, that one's active. Oh,
That's an
like,
act. It's
oh, like the ones on Second Avenue, yes.
It's a full-time,
Oh,
full use of the building, there's no
Jeez.
way, no way.
I've had no
is it on the, yes, SLA?
sympathy for that, but.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
There were
measurements done.
Okay, please, if that's, this might help. Elkie, I have not seen you since I've been back. Nice to see you.
I have a toddler now, so it makes these kinds of projects difficult. It's been a while. It's nice to see everybody.
Okay.
So what's the measurements?
So there were land assignment measurements. Hold on, I'm gonna try to pull them up. If you want to move on to some of the other stuff, I'll give me a second, and I'll pull them up. I think I'm not sure which house of worship you were talking about.
It's the mosque right on the corner of 11th and First.
Yes, diagonal to you
It's
guys.
like, right, yeah.
It's within 200 feet.
For,
According to SLA, it's 158.7 feet.
158 on the lamp.
it's facing east.
Yeah, we, land assignment went out and did measurements because the SLA website, as you perhaps know, by its own terms, is completely unreliable. I will pull up the measurements that land assignment did. And I think regardless, that is something, as your resolutions would usually note that to the liquor authority, right? That's a determination that they would make. If you're concerned, your resolutions would typically include a note that, you think there's a church and that the SLA needs to have a closer look at it. But let me pull up the measurements.
That's not when something's right. I mean,
Yeah.
right
So what
across the
happens in
street.
these cases?
What?
What happens in these cases?
Well,
So what
that's
she's
all-
saying, what we have done in the past, if there's been a question about it, we would make our resolution, let's just say we were supporting it, we would say, we
Right.
support this application, however,
Right.
pending or dependent upon the SLA's determination that this this location is
Right.
outside of 200 feet from.
This one is.
It's not right across the
That's
street.
Momofuku and then.
That's Momofuku.
Yeah.
Momofuku's in the middle of the block.
And then
And
that's the
Between
most.
middle of, between where and where?
It's,
11.
Between 10 and 11.
Between 10 and 11.
10 and 11.
And the mosque is in 11 and.
So.
but it's across the street in the middle of the block.
Yeah.
So it's,
But, so, and maybe this is where Elkie was going with this, and this might, because the circle of 200 feet cuts across that corner. Where's the main entrance to the mosque?
To a little
It's
bit,
on 11th.
I mean,
Is it on 11?
So this is.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you do?
The main
Yeah,
entrance.
that, I think that might be it. The mosque is not on the same street or avenue because the applicants on First Avenue and the mosque's entrance
Right.
on 11th Street. It's not the same street or avenue.
Right.
And the other measurement we had to was the community school, and the entrance that is used for egress is over 200 feet. Those were
Right.
both, but those were both the locations of concern because that one is on First. The entrances are on First Avenue, but the only the door closest is not regularly used, and we have confirmation from the principal for that.
PS9. Yeah, it cuts across the corner of the school, but I know the entrance is further up, so I think you're probably right from the school.
Yeah.
And the mosque, it does cut across the corner of the building, but.
But I think with the mosque, the question, the point was that it's not on the same street or avenue because the Momofuku is not on 11th. It's not on the corner. So it does not count as being on the corner. It counts as being on First.
Being on First Avenue and the mosque, the entrance, I think the main entrance, I know there is an entrance on 11th, and I'm pretty sure that's the main entrance, so.
No, I think it's pretty sure it's
That's the entrance, so, okay, so, I did not review, I forget whoever did the stipulation, but thank you for putting that in, Michael, but, I did not glance through that this afternoon, but that caught my eye as we were going through it. But yes, so I think what we will do, just to be on the safe side, is we will put that whereas clause in for the state. Let's just say we're going to approve this, we would put that in there saying, you know, we would approve this pending the SLA's determination that this is outside of the 200-foot.
Correct.
We understand. Yeah.
So perfect. Cool. So let me just make sure, as I was reading through my summary, that hung us up a little bit, but the owner.
And I think a couple of my clients, I think they are on the call.
Oh, all right. Oh, well, okay. Let me just go through quickly. I think I stopped at the 200-foot thing, but this establishment has been here for almost 20 years. There's been no complaints.
I'm promoting you.
It is a full-service restaurant.
Any other folks?
20 residents who live within the location signed a petition in favor. And I think, so they're proposing hours of 11 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Whoa.
That's your existing hours though, correct? But you're approved for.
I think we're 12.
I thought you were approved, but your current.
Operating hours, the license is so old that there were not, to my knowledge, it was, it predated my time working with this client. And so from what I could tell, I mean, it was still, the application was filled out at a time when applications were handwritten. And I did not see actually community board stipulations. So their operating hours have varied, but to my knowledge, there's not actually a set of stipulations for this.
Makes sense.
It's so old.
Everything used to be.
Didn't used to.
Yeah. So they're proposing hours of 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., but I think you mentioned in an email that your currently posted hours are earlier than that, and you weren't planning on changing that, but you were planning on doing this, having the option to stay open later. Is that, am I summarizing that correctly?
Exactly. So our current hours are actually less than what we're proposing, but we just get all these random one-off things, like because it's Dave, people go do a late show and they want to come in and do a small dinner. So they want to stay till 1:30 or 2, and right now we just say no, we can't, right? So I think that's really what we're doing. We have zero intent of actually changing operating hours. Eduard's kind of been doing what it's been doing for I don't know how long, and that remains the intent. It's just these one-off things is really what we're pushing late for. And then even like just last year, we closed for lunch Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, just because of the lack of business. So what we're trying to figure out is, can we do brunch? Can we do other things to try to make up that time? So really the ask is for some flexibility as we kind of try to find our way just post-pandemic.
So on that note, I think as you heard earlier.
We did, and we were emailing about
the
this.
11 a.m. thing. Do you want to keep the hours set at 11 a.m.? or do you want to have your approved hours later with the option that you can open earlier if you choose? But if you say 11 a.m., that means you need to be open by 11 a.m. every day.
Yeah, and I think, let's talk about it, because I think like we're 5 to 10 p.m. on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Those are the only hours we're actually operating today. Now, that isn't to say that if we can find a way to get open for lunch, we would love to open for lunch again. But this is, but this is where it gets tricky, right? Yeah, so we were kind of asking, just thinking, how should we approach this, just to make sure we have the ability to serve when we would like to be serving, but aren't today.
Yeah,
So
I'm a little bit concerned. I think when the SLA sees your hours as, you know, I don't know that the SLA is interpreting in the same way that CB3 does. You know, if they, I have seen clients cited for opening earlier than their posted hours because in some areas opening in the morning has created noise. And so I'm not sure that the SLA has always interpreted as like, feel free to open earlier when these are your hours.
They accept our stipulations.
Because our
and that's what
stipulations say no later than.
Yeah, they accept our stipulations.
We've never and I don't want to disagree with you, Alfie, that you've seen issues with that, but we have never had any kind of issue with that. I will say that.
Okay.
So the problem is we have so much nightlife that our streets, everything's closed all day until 5. So we have no foot traffic, nothing.
Yeah. No, I understand.
We encourage people to open early.
Which we understand.
So on that note, do you want your hours to be 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. every day? Or with?
I'm comfortable, I'm kind of looking your way, like, whatever, so long as we can legally open.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if it's carefully drafted as you will not open later than, I mean, if the community board is comfortable with, 5 p.m., knowing that, very likely as soon as Momofuku is able to, they'll open for lunch. I mean, sure.
I'm pretty sure, and Susan can confirm, I don't think we've ever had a complaint about someplace opening earlier than their stated hours.
Yeah. So that's fine.
So it will, as I said, it's kind of worded as opening no later, and actually I think it's just in our standard form, it even says, doesn't it?
Yes.
I am just taking a look at your form right now, just to see the stipulation.
Under number 3, see the section in parentheses it says, I understand opening is no later than opening hour. Yeah. So that's our standard form that we've used for many years. So.
Yeah.
The liquor license is a blanket license that we can serve within standard SLA hours, and we're stipulating that we will not. Yeah.
Yes.
You're restricting.
Yep. Got it.
Okay. So I know this was kind of a roundabout summary and it was interactive, but do you either Adam or Elke, do you have anything else to add or change?
I also have Eugene on here. I don't know why he's not coming there.
Oh, yeah, Eugene's our GM. He's been there 18 years.
How are you?
Oh, there he is. Oh,
because I think that setting it only shows up people that are, no, because there were people earlier that were on camera, so I don't know why he's not showing up.
Is he promoted?
Anyways, Eugene, we can hear you. Is there anything you would like to add?
Maybe you didn't accept it.
I don't know.
No, I think you've covered everything.
Okay. Elke, Adam? No. Okay. So that being said, I would make a motion that we would approve this with the, sorry, I'm just going back to we approve this application for an upgrade to full liquor license, and I will put a whereas clause that as long as the SLA determines that it is outside the 200-foot rule, we would approve this with the following stipulations. And then, do you want to go ahead and put the stipulations up, Michael?
You're going to mention the 2 places for the SLA to look at.
Yeah, it'll be the school, which I'm 99% sure the school is outside. The mosque is a little questionable, but the school.
The lamp says it's 220.
Okay, yeah, that.
School for the school?
Yeah. So it would be Eugene Lee as qualified representative of Momofuku at 171 First Avenue. My license will be a full liquor license, will operate a full service restaurant, specifically a ramen restaurant with kitchen open serving food during hours of operation. The hours of operation will be opening no later than 5 p.m., closing at 2 a.m. all days. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. You don't have a doorman, you don't need to install soundproofing, you've been there. And in this case, it's a closed fixed facade, right? That's just the door.
That's a vestibule.
So just, yeah, check out the closed fixed facade. And in this case, because you didn't have stipulations previously, but I mean, you don't have DJs, live music, or anything like that, right? It's not anything.
We do not.
And then no third-party group events, no vendor cover fee is charged, no scheduled performances. You'll play ambient background and chord music only, not apply for a method of operation change without coming to CP3. Uncheck the seek a change in class because it's already going to be a full liquor. You're not participating in pub crawls or party buses. Santa Claus not coming to Momofuku. I'll give you a laugh.
No, thank you.
We're not, did you plan on having, do you have a happy hour? Did you plan on having a happy hour?
We do have a happy hour.
Okay, and that's fine. We don't have any problem with it. We just put it in there. What time does it end?
Eugene?
We run our happy hour Monday through Friday, 5 to 7.
To 7, okay.
And then Friday, 5 to 7, 9 to 11. And then Saturday, 9 to 11. But it does include a sandwich, so it's more of a food offering than more of a happy hour.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't call that a happy hour in the sense like, you know, getting a deal with food is not, it's not a 2-for-1 special.
It does include one beverage, but it's not it's not a 2-for-1.
So we're just gonna say the happy hour, then just your standard happy hour by 7, is that? Or is that includes the sandwich too, is that it?
We've got a 5 to 7 and a 9 to 11.
And they're both the same?
I think so.
They're both the same, correct?
9 to 11 at night.
Yeah.
Good to know.
I know, right?
Yeah, exactly.
My mental note.
Oh, man.
So how do we put that in?
I put 7 in the
What kind of
line.
sandwich?
It's
Like a pork bone?
one of a handful of burgers that we've got to beef on.
We don't go to
Shrimp
We'll
on
go
right
for a
now.
burger.
There we go.
What time is it?
Okay. Okay, so you will not have wait lines outside. We'll have a staff person for ensuring no noise, loitering, or crowds. We'll post these stipulations by the liquor license, and resident may contact the owner manager at the number below, Eugene Lee, 212-777-7773.
So since I comment on all these things, in all the years that I've been there, there's never been a complaint, and there are no complaints in the area.
Okay, so there you go. Never been a complaint about Momofuku Emerson. Right there.
Wow.
Except sometimes we can't get in.
You have my email.
Okay, so that being said, we'll move to a vote. Guillermo? Of course. I mean, Megan?
Yes.
Clint, yes. Michael?
Yes.
Okay, so your item was approved. We will be sending stipulations over, sign those, get them back to the office by Friday. And you're set to go.
Thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
guys.
you.
It's
Appreciate it.
nice to see everybody. Hi, Susan. It's been a while.
Congratulations on.
Thank you.
Okay, good night, everyone. Okay, so motion to adjourn.
Yes.
Yes, whatever I have to say, yes.
Megan, Clint, yes. Michael?
Yes.
Okay, meeting is adjourned. Give those to Susan. Okay, Susan, this is a file.